Part 3. 5,000 years later. Cath, too, was startled awake by patches of orange-pink light cavorting across the taut fabric above her. A very old instinct, born on the savannas of old Earth, read it as danger, the flitting shadows, perhaps, of predators circling her tent. During the 5,000 years of the hard rain, that instinct had lain dormant and useless. Here on the surface of new Earth, just beginning to support animals big and smart enough to be dangerous, it was once again troubling her sleep. Her shoulder twitched, in the way that it did sometimes when you were half awake and not sure whether you were really moving or dreaming of it. She had thought of reaching under her pillow for the weapon, but coming fully to, she found that her arm had not really moved, other than the twitch. Through the thin padding beneath her head, she could still feel the hard shape of the catapult. By then it had become obvious that the moving light on the tent had nothing to do with large predators. It was too dappled and volatile. Not even birds could move so. Its twinkling and swirling were mysterious, but its hue told her it was the first light of the day. This meant that she had slept a little too long and was in danger of missing the dawn breezes that she had hoped would bear her into the sky. She stumbled out of her little tent, feeling yesterday's hike in the muscles of her legs. That was surprising. She thought she had trained well. But even in the largest space habitat, you couldn't go downhill for all that long. On an actual planet, you could go on losing altitude for days. And as it turned out, those long downhill runs were what really killed your legs. Yesterday she had shed almost 2,000 meters, descending from a range of hills toward a blue, water-filled crater 30 kilometers across. She had stopped a few clicks short of its rim, where the ground dropped away toward a swath of grassland between her and the shore. The break in the slope had been subtle, but Cath II's throbbing knees had made it obvious enough. She had taken a dozen or so strides down it, gauging its angle in her blistered soles, sensing the air's currents with her lips, her hair, and the palms of her hands. Then she had turned around and trudged back up to an inflection point that would have been invisible had the low evening sun not been grazing it, casting a sharp terminator on the ground. Where wind streamed over bent ground, it stretched. The stretching had been faint in the dying wind of yestereve, but she had known that it would become more pronounced in the morning, as the sun rose and the air fled from its warmth. So she had dropped her pack and made her camp. The source of the dappled light, as she now saw, was sunlight sparkling from waves on the lake below, shooting rays through the branches of trees. Perhaps 100 meters down the slope from her, they were beginning to stir in the morning breeze, making soft noises, as when a sleeping lover exhales. She bent down, pulled the catapult out from under the sack of laundry she'd been using as a pillow, felt it thrum as it recognized her fingerprint. After a short walk and a careful look around, for she did not actually wish to use the catapult, she squatted and urinated in the largest open space that was handy. Only in the last few decades had the ecosystem here matured to the point where Terraform, her employer, could seed it with predators. And that was always somewhat hit or miss. On the mature ecosystems of old Earth, predators and prey had, according to the histories, evolved to some kind of equilibrium. On the remade ones of new Earth, you never knew. You couldn't assume that all the predators around here were getting enough to eat, and even if they were, they might view Cath II as a bit of tempting variety to add to their diet. Cath II was survey. Whether or not this made her military was a topic of almost theological complexity. But regardless of whether you considered survey to be a purely scientific corps with ad hoc liaisons to the military, merely for logistical convenience and situational awareness, or viewed it as an elite scout unit working hand in glove with snake eaters, its stated mission was to observe and report on the growth of New Earth's ecosystem, not to kill the animals that the human races had gone to so much trouble to invent and import. During her 2-week stint on the surface, she had grown used to the catapult and stopped seeing it as remarkable that she was carrying a weapon. But the awareness that she was going home today made her see all of this through the eyes of the sophisticated urbanites she might be mingling with tomorrow, habitat ring dwellers who would never believe that only a short time earlier Cath 2 had been in a place where one did not pee without carefully looking around first, did not venture into the open without a weapon in hand. During the minutes since she had awakened, the sparkling light had warmed to brassy gold. Everything in the scene was a combination of exceptionally complex and unpredictable phenomena. The wavelets on the lake, the shapes into which the branches of the trees had grown during the century or so since this ground had been seeded by pods hurtling down out of space, tumbling like dice on jumbled ejecta from the myriad bolide strikes of the hard rain, finding purchase in crevices prepped by rock-munching microbes. The branches and the leaves responded to the currents of the wind, which were themselves random and turbulent in a way that surpassed human calculation. She thought about the fact that the brains of humans, or of any large animals really, had evolved to live in environments like this, and to be nourished by such complex stimuli. For 5,000 years, the people of the human races had been living without that kind of nourishment. They had tried to simulate it with computers. They had built habitats large enough to support lakes and forests. But nature simulated was not nature. She wondered if humans' brains had changed during that time, and if they were now ready for what they had set in motion on New Earth. And then, because she was a Moiran, she wondered if all that had to do with the fact that she had overslept. Her previous survey missions had been quick insertions lasting a few days, and they had typically sent her to less developed biomes, the fringes of the terraform process, where the seeding of the ground had occurred more recently and less complexity struck the eye, nose, and ear. This mission, however, had lasted long enough that she could feel it changing her. Eve Moira had been a child of London, fascinated by the natural world, but drawn to the city. So Cath too looked to the bright lights of the big city. Here, that meant gazing up into the sky. Yesterday had been overcast, with little movements in the air. She might have been hard-pressed to find and organize the energy she would need to get home. But matters had changed during the night. The air was moving. Not strongly enough yet that she could feel it on her face, but enough to stir the leaves at the top of the trees and to wobble the heavy heads of the tall grass. Above, it must be moving more strongly, for yesterday's sheet of clouds had been shredded to tufts and tissues, purplish-gray on the bottom and pink-orange on their eastern faces. The sky between them, however, was perfectly clear, and still dark enough that she could see a few bright stars and planets. And to the south, for she was in the northern hemisphere, an orderly ring of brilliant points erupting from the eastern horizon and arching across the vault of the sky until it plunged into the shadow of the world, off to the west. From here, she could see nearly half of the 10,000 or so habitants in the ring. Far to the east, just above the horizon, was an especially big dot of light, like the clasp on a necklace. That would be the colossal structure of the Eye, currently stationed above the Atlantic. It was time to go there. She had pitched her little shelter on a flat lozenge of soft grass some distance back from the brow of the hill where the wind would soon be bending. She struck her camp, shouldered her pack one last time, and carried it a short distance to the break in the slope she had noticed yesterday. She popped the clasp on the hip belt and let it drop to the ground. Unrolling the deflated wings and the tail structure was as easy as giving each a swift kick. Smaller bundles had been stuffed between them, a foot-operated pump and a hard sphere, somewhat larger than Cath 2's head. She devoted a few minutes to stomping the pump. The wrinkles began to disappear from the splayed runs of fabric, and it began to look like a glider. The sun had cleared the opposite rim of the crater. The tops of the wings began gathering its energy and feeding it to built-in air pumps that would pressurize the wing and tail tubes beyond what could be achieved with muscle power. She got dressed, which began with getting naked and cold. She was glad she had worked up a sweat operating the pump. The hard sphere was a glass bubble with an opening at the bottom large enough to admit Cath 2's head. At the moment, though, it was stuffed with a roll of gray fabric. She withdrew this and kicked it out on the ground. It was as long as she was tall. Rolled up in it had been a semi-rigid funnel with straps dangling from its edge. Stuffed into the funnel were 2 packets. One of the packets was tiny, just a pill that would stop up her bowels for a day. She swallowed it. The other was a heavy and distressingly cold sack of gel. Cath 2 bit off one corner and then smeared the gel all over herself, wincing at its chilly touch. It was an emollient, rumored to be very complicated, and it had an official name, but everyone called it space grease. The stuff would never be sold as a cosmetic. It lay heavy on her skin, and she could practically feel her pores clogging. The funnel and strap contraption was for collecting urine. She stepped into it, pulled it up over her pubic mound, and cinched the straps high over her pelvic crest. A short tube dangled from it, tickling her inner thigh. She then picked up the gray fabric thing. This was a one-piece bodysuit whose only opening was at the neck. It was a mesh of nearly microscopic gnats, simple 3-legged robots that knew how to do very little other than hold hands with their neighbors. It would have been impossible to put on were it not for the fact that the gnats, talking to each other in a simple language, could stretch and shrink those connections according to a shared program. She got both of her hands into the neck hole and pulled opposite ways. Recognizing the gesture, the gnats relaxed, and the opening widened to the point where she could insert one foot, then the other. This required good balance, which Cath 2 was fortunate enough to have. She was standing on a towel that she had spread out on the ground. The classic error was to lose one's balance and plant a foot in the dirt, or even fall down, and get covered with dirt and rocks and twigs that would stick to the space grease. But Cath 2 got her feet into the suit without incident. Finding the leg holes, and then the individual toe holes was, as usual, slapstick comedy. Once she got the suit pulled up over her buttocks, she was able to sit down and manage this one digit at a time. Then she reached down inside the still baggy thighs and connected the urine tube to a fitting on the inside of her right thigh. Recognizing as much, the fabric drew tight, nearly trapping her hands inside. The tightness moved up in a wave from toes to knees to thighs to buttocks, pausing once it had noticed her waist. She shrugged the suit's upper half on over her shoulders and got her fingers sorted into the gloves that terminated its arms. The suit, sensing what she was up to, grew tighter as she went, save at the neck. From the helmet's orifice, she detached a rigid collar with a hinge on one side and a latch on the other. She snapped it into place around her neck, then pulled the loose fabric of the suit up over it and held it in place as it shrank, forming a tight connection to the collar. From the hard collar down to her toes, she was now clad in gray material that fit her so closely she could see tendons in the backs of her hands, nipples reacting to the early morning chill, and the little valleys where her nails erupted from their beds. She hesitated to lower the helmet over her face. This would be her last opportunity for a while to breathe the fresh air of New Earth. The scientist in her was at odds with a deeper layer, common to all human races, that wanted to see beauty and purpose in the natural world. She knew perfectly well what Doc, or just about any other Ivan, would say to her if he could read her mind. The water in that lake below you is there because we crashed comet cores into the dead Earth until it stayed wet. The air you're breathing was manufactured by organisms we genetically engineered and sprayed all over the wet planet, then killed once they had accomplished their task. And the sharp scent you like so much comes from vegetation that for many years existed only as a string of binary digits stored on a thumb drive on a string around the neck of your Eve. None of which changed the fact that she liked it. But the breeze was building, making the craft jostle and fidget. It was trimmed for minimum lift, and unlikely to go anywhere, but a sudden gust might still carry it away. Unnerved by a sudden movement, Cath 2 reached out and slapped the upper surface of the right wing, about an arm's length in from the tip. Cath 2 felt her own touch. A patch of skin on the back of her right forearm, a finger's length in from the wrist, thrilled as the suit's fabric contracted over it, a configuration of puckers no larger than a fingerprint, but shaped unmistakably like a miniature hand. Moira's hand. Her skin and that of the glider had become joined in a common sensorium, mediated by the smart fabric of the suit. It never got old. She slid her hand out toward the tip of the wing and watched with a little grin as the hand-shaped disturbance in her suit moved out toward her wrist. She lifted her hand from the wing, and the pucker vanished. She dropped the helmet over her head and got it seated in the collar. Other than a padded brow band to support the weight of her head and a sparse geodesic array of miniature speakers, the helmet was just a transparent bubble, mercifully free of heads-up displays and other clutter. In the fuselage that joined the wings was a nest barely large enough to accommodate her. She straddled the nose, lifted one knee, and nestled it into a padded and insulated gutter that would support it and her shin. Then she followed suit with the other leg. She was kneeling in the cockpit now. Resting loose on the belly pad in front of her was a parachute folded up into a slim backpack. She picked this up, slung it over her back, and tightened the straps around her waist and thighs. She leaned forward and took her weight on her arms, then did a reverse push-up, settling onto her belly. Then she made connections, the P-tube to a system that would drain it, drinking water at her collar. She didn't yet need the tubes for incoming and outgoing atmosphere, but she connected them anyway, as well as a power cable. Then she reached back behind her, all the way down to her ankles, and found the handle for the zipper. She had no idea why it was called that. It was a linear closure, consisting of more dumb, specialized gnats that sealed her body inside the fuselage, snug under many layers of crinkly insulation. As she pulled it up, she felt the glider's flexible top clamp around her buttocks and cleave together up the length of her spine until it had closed around the collar of her suit. Only her head bubble was now exposed. It had become the glider's nose cone. She extended her arms then to the sides like a bird spreading its wings, sliding them into insulated tunnels where they rested comfortably on inflated supports. For a moment, she thought that some little stones had somehow made their way on board and gotten trapped under her arms. Then one of them shifted a little, and she realized that this was the suit again, sensing the pressure of a rock on the underside of the wing and mirroring it. The insulation also helped to deaden sound, and so she could now hear almost nothing from outside. Which didn't mean she couldn't hear anything. She could hear the wind, a phrase that didn't really do justice to the soundscape now being rendered by the array of miniature speakers. The canid smelled the forest was a completely different sentence from the man smelled the forest, not because the words had different meanings, but because the canid's olfactory apparatus was infinitely superior to that of the man. In a loosely analogous way, the real-time three-dimensional sonic portrait of the wind generated by the glider's onboard systems and rendered by the helmet's speakers was as far beyond what she could sense with unaided ears as the canid's scenting of the forest was beyond the man's. For the vehicle had lidars pointed in all directions, looking out into the air to a range of several hundred meters, and seeing its myriad currents, shears, and vortices. To convey all of that information in sound was impossible, but what came through was more than enough to tell Cath 2 where she wanted to go, namely, where the energy was. And right now, the symphony of tones, whooshes, crackles, and rustlings told her that her intuition yestereve had been more or less correct. The wind climbed the slope from the lake in a fairly continuous sheet, but as it molded itself over the brow of the hill, the wind higher up, on the outside track, had to go faster in order to keep up with the ground layer. There was a gradient in speed between the wind aloft and that at the ground. She could use it. Her eyes were busy, too, tracking a pair of birds flying parallel to the slope, dipping in and out of the sheer in the wind, sipping power. Far above them, the clouds were telling her a story about the conditions she'd be facing in a few minutes' time, but this was no concern of hers now. The wind gusted. The feeling of pressure beneath her arms increased, and at the same time, she felt the entire craft rising. She moved her feet and her hands in a way that the suit recognized and transmitted to the glider's control surfaces. Just that quickly, it was configured for lift. Biting suddenly into the wind coming up the hill, the craft sprang into the air. She could feel the knots of pressure vanish as the ground lost contact with the wings. Then the only sensations on the skin of her arms were caused by the wings reading the currents of air flowing over them. She let herself rise high enough to buy some margin of error, then dropped the nose and glided down the hill, trading altitude for velocity. The game she'd be playing for the rest of the day was to build up a fund of energy by stealing it from the atmosphere. At the end, she would trade it all for altitude and spiral up to a place where the atmosphere failed. Closer to the shore of the lake, the meadow gave way to trees. This was one of the more mature forests on New Earth. It had been seeded only a few years after the first treaty, about 100 years ago. She pulled the nose up, skimmed over the highest branches, then dropped again until she was gliding over the blue water of the lake, the melted core of a comet, still coming alive with seeded algae and fish. With a voice command, she caused the glider to drop a tube, no thicker than her finger, into the water skimming by a few meters below. On her first pass across the lake's diameter, she collected 20 kilograms of water, which slowed the glider down somewhat. She found a thermal on the other side and rode it up a few hundred meters before rolling over and diving down for another faster pass over the lake and another long drink of water. This part of the journey was the most ticklish, so it was good that it came first, when she was still fresh. A glider that was light enough to carry around on her back was, by the same token, too light to store very much kinetic energy. Its lack of momentum placed limits on the maneuvers Cath 2 could perform in the higher atmosphere. Small twitches in the flow of air would bat it around like a feather. It needed to get a lot heavier. The way to do that was to scoop water out of a lake, as she was doing now. But it all happened at low altitude and low speed, where the margin for error was slender. The first few passes, when the glider weighed practically nothing, were the most delicate. So she took her time at each side of the lake to find good thermals and harvest their force. After an hour of that, however, she was dive-bombing her way across the crater with terrific authority, carrying hundreds of kilograms of ballast in the belly and the wings. By then she had learned where to hunt for thermals that, as the morning wore on, bloomed with increasing vigor from the open meadows in the shoulders of the great crater. It was on her last pass, just as she was getting ready to pull up and skim over the tops of the trees that grew from the onrushing shore, that she saw the human. The human was not exposed on the shore, but standing back among the first line of trees, apparently watching her. He or she, the distance was too great to read gender, was dressed in clothing that blended in with the surroundings. Not the bright coveralls of survey. But neither did it look military. Perhaps sensing that he or she had been spotted, the human immediately stepped back into the young forest. At the same moment, Cath 2 was obliged to pull her nose up, lest she collide with the trees. So great had been her surprise that she almost did it too late, and felt a few thin branches whipping against the belly of the fuselage as she put the lake behind her for good. Directly ahead was a broad meadow, angled toward the sun, that she knew to be an excellent source of power. As she drew close enough for the lidars to read the air and for her eyes to pick out the movement of the birds, she banked into the thermal. Her first approach was a crude guess based on what she was hearing, but as soon as she got into it and felt the fine-grained currents of the air in her arms and her fingertips, she was able to use it, as birds did. Half an hour's climbing left the lake a blue disk far below, and put her in sight of open country to the southeast, dotted with mushroom-capped clouds that were a dead giveaway. Trading altitude for distance, she glided in a nearly straight line until she could pick up those thermals and recharge her store of energy. She had her eye on a range of mountains several hundred kilometers distant, rising up above the eastern shore of the Pacific Ocean. Above them, clouds were arranged in long folds, running parallel to the crest of the range. The photocells in the wings had stored up enough power now that she was able to send a burst of data up into space. Packets coming back a few seconds later told her when and where she could expect hangars along her projected route. It was too early to lock in on a specific plan, but useful to get a general picture. And it was good practice to let people know where she was and when to expect her. It looked like about 20 other surveyors were operating in the same general zone. She considered the number astonishingly high and double-checked it. While she was waiting for confirmation to come back, she scanned the skies around her and spotted 2 of them. After some thought, she sent a voice message to Doc. "I want to talk to you when I get back. Not urgent, but important." Then she put such distractions out of her mind and attended to the problem at hand, which was stringing together enough thermals to get her into the mountain wave that awaited her downrange. Once she had stored enough energy in her glider, mostly in the form of altitude, the thermal riding part of it became nearly automatic, and she was able to doze off for stretches of 20 minutes at a time. In truth, there was no aspect of this flight that could not have been managed by a robot. Robot gliders were at this moment operating all over New Earth. But she was leery of letting her own powers dwindle by delegating them to machines, and so she liked to fly the glider at least part of the time. The algorithms worked, but they wouldn't get better unless humans gardened them, and to do that, you had to fly. A surge of acceleration awakened her from an early afternoon nap, and she looked down to see the snow-covered peaks of the mountains 1,000 meters below her. She had found the mountain wave, a source of sustained atmospheric power that dwarfed anything that could be obtained from thermals. It was a ridge of rising air running from north to south. If she turned north from here, she could probably ride it all the way to the polar vortex and take that up to where the atmosphere failed. But she had farther to go than wings could take her, so she banked south and trimmed the glider to slip sideways along the wave, skimming enough power from it to gain altitude even while screaming southward at 300 kilometers an hour. She was a fly, hitching a ride on a hurricane. Knots in the tapestry of sound told her of other solid objects above and below, left and right. She was able to pick them out visually as the setting sun lit up their fuselages and wingtips against the deep purple of the sky. Higher yet, unfathomably far above, and yet only in low Earth orbit, were larger structures, moving more slowly, like the minute hands of great clocks. Linear constellations with fatter, brighter lights on their ends. One of them was sweeping across the sky directly south of her, and she knew she was already too late to catch it. But looking off to the west, she saw another approaching, like a giant leg striding across the sky, its foot swinging downward, not yet planted. She didn't even need to check the params to know that this was the hangar for her. But she ran the calculation anyway, partly to confirm her guess and partly as a courtesy to other aircraft in this crowded space that might be aiming for the same one. Darkness fell before she reached it. The hangar, it was a pun on hangar, a term from old Earth aviation, was a big hollow pod hanging on the end of a tether that, just now, extended far up into space. At its opposite end, thousands of kilometers above, was another hangar just like it, serving as a counterweight. The two hangars formed a bolo, rotating around each other to keep the tether stretched tight between them. The bolo orbited the Earth just like any other satellite, the difference being that the height of that orbit and the length of the tether had been tuned so that on every rotation, or as it appeared from Cath 2's point of view, each long stride across the heavens, the hangar on the low end would swing down into the uppermost reaches of the atmosphere and seem to hover, almost still, for a minute. Somewhat analogous to the way that a runner's foot will remain planted on the ground, unmoving for an instant during each stride, even though the runner is traveling swiftly. In any case, it came low enough and went slowly enough that a glider, pumped to great velocity and brought high into the atmosphere by the power of the mountain wave, could catch it and match it. Cath 2's eyes and ears told her of other vehicles converging on the same target. A few minutes prior to rendezvous, it became obligatory to hand control of the craft over to a version of the ancient program Perambulator, which managed the final approach. Cath 2 could have stuck the landing without assistance, had she been alone, but coordinating her approach with the other vehicles was the sort of task best left up to a 5,000-year-old algorithm. At the time she ceded control, the hangar still seemed impossibly far away, but over the next few minutes it loomed out of the sky like a slow-motion meteorite, studded with red running lights. It was shaped like a rugby ball, streamlined fore and aft, with stubby winglets that were finding traction in the thin air, adjusting their angles of attack to stabilize its flight. Cath 2 and the other aircraft were converging on it from behind, overtaking it rapidly as it slowed almost to a stop. Most of the hangar's aft end was a broad aperture that now irised open to reveal a spacious deck, brightly illuminated, like a magic doorway hanging in the sky. In front of her, she could see the lights of other vehicles sidling into the queue ahead of her. The hangar's bright orifice grew huge, like a chilly sun falling out of the sky. One by one, the vehicles slipped into its lee and bounced and skidded to a stop on its deck. From a distance, this appeared level. In fact, it was angled slightly upward, so that the aircraft climbed a gentle ramp as they rolled into it. This helped them kill their excess velocity. Her glider bounced twice before the ramp took its weight. Then gravity, real and simulated, came down like a fat hand on her back, and she felt a rush of blood to the head as the glider slowed sharply. Visually, she was at rest now. In truth, she was contained in a revolving object, one extremity of a bolo 4,000 kilometers long. Even though its revolution, seen from a distance, had looked ponderous, the bolo as a whole was wheeling fast enough to produce 2 Gs of simulated gravity. That plus the 1 G of real gravity she was feeling from New Earth added up to a massive amount of downforce pressing her into the water-filled ballast sacks that made up the glider's belly. A human-sized grab, untroubled by the weight, dragged her glider off to the side, making way for other aircraft coming in for a landing behind. All told, the hangar collected 8 aircraft during this pass. Besides Cath 2's, 2 others were piloted by humans. Each was of a different design, both were powered. The other 5 were robot gliders, looking similar to Cath 2's, but solid rather than inflatable. As soon as the last of these was stowed, the hangar's tailgate constricted and closed behind them. Its stride complete, the hangar was already swinging back, gaining altitude heel first, rising back up toward space. It was much too large a volume to be pressurized. What little air it had scooped up during its dip into the atmosphere rapidly leaked out. So Cath 2 was effectively in outer space now. Knowing this, the fabric of the suit had contracted against her skin to supply the back pressure that was no longer provided by the atmosphere. It was porous, and so the only thing really between her skin and the void was space grease. The combined effects of that and the gnat mesh fooled her skin and muscles into believing that they were under a nice, thick blanket of air, the way humans were meant to live. The only part of the outfit that was pressurized, like an old-fashioned spacesuit, was the helmet. Dangling above the middle of the hangar's landing deck were 4 flivvers of various sizes and designs, the latest iterations of a vehicle type that had been in existence since before the onset of the hard rain. During the series of landings just completed, these had been kept up and out of the way. As soon as the door of the hangar closed, one of them, a medium-sized 4-passenger model, was lowered to the ramp by winches. It came to rest about 10 meters away. Incongruously for a space vehicle, it seemed to have wheels. It was, in fact, resting on a low-wheeled sled that was designed to roll up and down the ramp. Green lights beside the flivver's airlock door told her that all was well on the other side. Cath 2 had about 10 minutes to reach it. That would be plenty of time if she didn't pass out. She issued a command that allowed the glider's body to deflate. She felt, rather than heard, the air escaping and the water draining. The soft top of the fuselage parted over her shoulders, back, butt, and thighs. Meanwhile, she was wriggling her arms in from the insulated sleeves, where they had been spread like a pair of wings. This was good exercise, given that they weighed 3 times as much as normal. By the time that was all done, the glider was just a wrinkled cross of fabric flat on the deck. Cath 2 disconnected herself from its air scrubber and its urine collection system, then unplugged the power and data from her collar. She gathered her arms under her and began to belly crawl toward the flivver, sliding one knee, then the other forward along the deck plates like a lizard. A big Siwai corkscrewed out and kept pace with her, tracking her vital signs, ready to supply extra air or other forms of assistance if needed. But Cath 2 made adequate progress. She probably could have crawled on hands and knees, as one of the other human pilots was doing, but she saw no need. Something strange caught her eye, and she went to the effort of rotating her head slightly just to verify it was real. The 3rd pilot was actually walking upright. He was trudging along with short, deliberate strides, carefully judging his balance and the loads he was placing on his joints, while somehow managing to keep enough blood in his brain to remain conscious. Cath 2 could never have stood up, let alone walked, under 3 Gs. The same was true of most of her race. This man, however, was a Teclan. That was obvious from his size, as well as his coloration and the shape of his head, which were visible through his helmet. It was hinted at by his musculature and by the style of the suit he was wearing, heavier, partly armored, slung about with load-bearing straps made to support various burdens. His scabbards, holsters, and bandoliers were vacant. Even without any of those clues, however, she could have guessed his race from the fact that he had chosen to perform the feat of walking when he could have more safely and more easily crawled. Had it not been for the racial bond that joined Moirans and Teclans, Cath 2 might have rolled her eyes and muttered a joke about it. Teclans didn't need blood in their brains to keep dutifully trudging forward. Something along those lines. But that kind of stereotyping could just as well have been turned back on her. The Teclan had piloted his vehicle into the hangar under power. The thing had engines. Why not use engines if you belonged to a civilization that knew how to make them? Cath 2, on the other hand, had reached the same destination in an unpowered glider, using skill and wit to draw energy from the atmosphere. She could have turned pilot's duties over to an algorithm any time she wanted. Instead, she had chosen to do most of it herself. In its own way, this was no less an act of pointless bravado than what the Teclan pilot was doing right now. She had been testing and sharpening a set of skills that was important to her. Mutatis mutandis, this Teclan was doing the same. Cath 2 got to the airlock with time to spare. Its floor was padded as a courtesy to people who, like her, were experiencing it through all the body's boniest parts. She rolled heavily onto her back, slightly bumping the pilot who had reached it on hands and knees, and connecting her air tube to a socket on the airlock wall. New air flooded her helmet. The Teclan entered and allowed himself to collapse onto a bench. The outer hatch closed and locked. The air pressure rose, and the gnat mesh reduced its fierce clutch on her body. It became no tighter than an athletic jersey as the pressure approached one standard habitat atmosphere, a thinnish concoction of gases similar to what humans of old Earth had breathed in places like Aspen, Colorado. The inner hatch opened. Crawling now on hands and knees, Cath 2 followed the others into the main cabin, where 4 acceleration couches were waiting. They climbed into 3 of them, strapped in, and made themselves comfortable. They were now lying on their backs, legs elevated. At some point, their suit's systems had found their way onto the flivver's voice network. She knew as much from the fact that she could hear the other 2 breathing as heavily as she was. But no one said anything. Talking would become a lot easier in a few minutes. True to form, the Teclan, with a controlled exhalation, heaved his meaty arms up off the rests, grabbed his helmet, and pulled it off. He let its weight rest on his stomach and allowed his arms to thud back onto the couch. Cath 2 got a vague peripheral glimpse of platinum hair and cheekbones, as expected, but didn't feel like turning her head. Instead, she looked at a display screen mounted above her face, focusing as well as she could with her eyeballs flattened into their sockets by G's. They had entered the hangar in level flight, traveling at 100 kilometers per hour. In the minutes since then, the centripetal force that had obliged her to crawl on the floor like a lizard had been accelerating them upward and forward, steadily pumping kinetic energy into them and everything around them, whirling them up into the immense velocities more typical of space travel. Compared to the Baroque, fire-breathing systems that their ancestors had used to the same purpose, there was nothing to it. The bolo was mechanically identical to the sling used by David to slay Goliath. The flivver was the stone nestled in its pocket. The bolo had made about a quarter of a revolution, so they were now traveling directly away from the surface of the Earth, aimed toward the distant ring of habitats that they and the 3 billion other members of the human races called home. Seen on a video window in the display above, the hangar's tailgate dilated, showing a disk of black sky. A tattoo of metallic clunks let them know that the brakes on the sled had been released. Driven down the ramp by centripetal force, it built speed all the way to the lip of the hangar deck and then stopped short with a sneeze from its shock absorbers. The flivver jerked free of the sled. From its occupant's point of view, it seemed to fall off the edge of the deck and into space. En route, it picked up a bit of a tumble, which was killed by quick firing of its thrusters. They became weightless. Cath 2 took her helmet off, but kept her head nestled in the couch's rest for a minute, while her inner ear adjusted. Meanwhile, she was groping in a compartment in her armrest for a VARP, which was what people normally used in place of flat-panel display screens when they wanted to interact with some kind of app. It was an old enough word that most people had forgotten it was an acronym for something like Vision Augmentation Retroprojector. Styles varied, but the baseline model looked like a heavy-framed pair of glasses. Mounted in that frame were cameras that could see the way her hands were moving, a microphone that could hear her speech, and other cameras that could track her gaze. A number of glowing figments appeared in her peripheral vision as she slipped them on, and she was able to reach out and activate one of them to launch Perambulator. This gave her a schema of the flivver's situation in the universe. In the center, a blue disk representing New Earth, under a gray film of atmosphere. Well outside of that, the orbital track of the bolo's center, the twin trajectories of its 2 hangars snaking around it. This was what they had just left behind. A blinking green dot showed their current location on their new orbit, a fat ellipse whose apogee coincided with the circle of habitats that hung above the planet at geosynchronous altitude. Over the next 12 hours, they would coast up to that height, then strap back into the couches and use other means to effect a delta V that would sync them up with whichever habitat they decided upon. The world in which essentially all 3 billion humans lived, as depicted from above, high over the North Pole, looking down on the whole system, was a hair-thin ring some 84,000 kilometers across, roughly 7 times the diameter of the blue and white planet in its center. The objects that made up the ring, though they seemed big to the humans who lived in them, were evanescent particles compared to the ring's overall scale. Imagine the thinnest possible jewelry chain, a nearly invisible trace of platinum around a woman's neck. Make a perfect circle of that same chain 10 meters in diameter, and that gives a picture of the ring's thinness in comparison to its overall size. It was more easily viewed in artificial renderings like the one on Cath 2's VARP, where the points that made up the ring, the individual habitats, were drawn as unrealistically large, color-coded pips. Seen that way, the circle was chopped into 8 arcs of roughly equal size, each subtending about 45 degrees. At long zoom, these were glinting and luminously iridescent, with much shorter gray arcs, the boneyards, they were called, sticking them together. At a closer zoom, the pointillistic nature of the image became obvious, and the system began helpfully to superimpose labels and numbered meridians. There were more than 9,000 active habitats distributed among those 8 segments. The boneyards contained another several hundred, mostly obsolete ones being cut up for scrap, as well as unused fragments of the moon and the odd captured asteroid, there to serve as raw material for new construction. Any object that was not inhabited, because it wasn't finished yet, because it was abandoned, or because it was just a rock, was rendered as a gray dot. This accounted for the dull appearance of the 8 boneyards. Sparkling with pure colors were the 8 much larger arcs between them. Seen from a distance, each arc had a predominant color. Encoded in those colors was the history of their building, and in turn, that of the human races during the last 1,000 years, the 5th millennium, the millennium of the ring. Prior to that, during the first 4,000 years of the hard rain, space had been so dirty that the human races had obliged to hunker down in the shelter of massive nickel-iron bodies such as Cleft, whose orbits were, of course, similar to that of the moon, whose core had once comprised them, 9 times farther away from the Earth than the habitat ring was now. As Dubois-Harris had foreseen, the orbit of the former moon had been a fine place, the only place, really, to restart a civilization, as long as hellfire was raining down on Earth. But to the extent that the human race, as a whole, was capable of having a plan, it was to return to Earth eventually. The hard rain diminished, gradually at first, and then, during the 4th millennium, more steeply as fleets of robots, issuing from their nickel-iron fastnesses like bats from caverns, began to sweep the skies clean, policing the rubble cloud, herding specks and pebbles together and spiraling them down into disciplined orbits at geosynchronous altitude. Most of the work was accomplished using the pressure of sunlight, a weak form of propulsion that took hundreds of years to have its effect. At the dawn of the 5th millennium, about 1,000 years ago, the first new habitat in geosynchronous orbit had been constructed. It was called Greenwich because it was positioned above old Earth's prime meridian. In the way of neighbors, it at first had nothing but rubble and worn-out robots. As soon as Greenwich was complete, however, construction of more habitats had spread outward from it. The human races and their robots had begun burning their way through the ring of raw material in both directions, consuming it like fire on a fuse. Greenwich had been a joint project of all 7 human races. The same was true of its first neighbors. Volta, then Banu Qasim to the east, Atlas and Roland to the west, later Moore in both directions. All of these were, therefore, colored white in the display that Cath 2 was seeing in her VARP. Greenwich was one of 8 equidistant points plotted around the ring. The other 7, proceeding west, acquired the names Rio, Memphis, Pitcairn, Tokumaru, Kyoto, Dhaka, and Baghdad. In due course, each of them was seeded with a new habitat as well as the production capabilities needed to manufacture more yet. As the centuries went by, their inhabitants likewise burned their way through the raw materials lying to their western and eastern sides, building new habitats at a pace to match the growth of their populations. It was self-evident that if the process went on long enough, the arc of habitats reaching west from, say, Greenwich would make contact with that growing east from Rio. The increasingly narrow bands of unused material and recyclable junk between segments became the boneyards, and might have disappeared altogether had they not been so useful, in the early going as material depots, later as political buffers and as liminal zones, akin to frontiers, to which people could escape when they had learned that the close-packed life of space habitats was not for them. The one halfway between Greenwich and Rio was called Cape Verde. Other boneyards proceeding westward from Cape Verde were Titicaca, Grand Canyon, Hawaii, Kamchatka, Guangzhou, and Indus. Completing the circle, the one between Baghdad and Greenwich was called Balkans. Some were bigger than others. Guangzhou, which formerly had separated the Aedan and Kamite segments, had been used up entirely as the populations to either side had grown. When pronouncing her curse, Eve Aida had said much that was true. It had become clear within the first few generations after the Council of the Seven Eves that the seven races were going to be around forever. They were as permanent in the human picture as toenails and spleens. Though no official policy had ever been proclaimed to that effect, they had tended to vote with their feet. Rio had become predominantly Ivan. Moirans had flocked to Memphis, and Teclans to the next one around the arc in that direction, which was Pitcairn. Baghdad, flanking Greenwich on the other side, had been settled by Dinans. Proceeding east from Baghdad, Dhaka had filled up with Kamites. Aedans and Julians had found a way of expressing their perpetual sense of alienation from the other races by opting for the Antipodean habitats of Kyoto and Tokomaru, respectively. Closing the ring, this brought the Julians on their eastern end up against the Teclans' western extremity, separated only by the Hawaii boneyard, which was relatively large, if only because the Julian race was not numerous enough to make much headway in using its resources. The levels of racial purity varied. Greenwich had been founded by all of them together, and so it would forever be the most diverse part of the ring. Baghdad and Rio, flanking it, also tended to have a lot of residents who were not, respectively, Dinans or Ivans. That three-segment arc was, therefore, fairly cosmopolitan. The other races, in general, tended to be more inward-looking, so their segments were not as thoroughly mixed. Anomalous outposts speckled the ring. A habitat containing 50,000 Julians, located spang in the middle of the Dinan segment, for example. Eve Moira had employed a color-coding scheme to keep track of the lab samples from which all the races had spawned. It was purely the result of what she'd had lying around in the way of office supplies, an assortment of colored test tube stickers and felt-tipped pens. Nevertheless, it had become a universal convention. Blue, Dinah. Yellow, Camilla. Red, Aida. Orange, Julia. Cyan, Tekla. Purple, Moira herself. Green, Ivy. White, no particular race. The same code was used to render the dots that made up the ring. So a predominantly Dinan habitat would be colored blue, and so on. Because they were so tiny and so numerous, the dots all merged into an iridescent, sparkling arc on the screen. But general trends could be seen. Whether or not it had been a deliberate choice on Eve Moira's part, colors in the cool part of the palette, blue, green, purple, cyan, were linked to the four Eves she was personally closest to, while warm colors, red, yellow, orange, were saved for the others. When the entire ring was plotted according to this scheme, and the plot was viewed as a whole, with Greenwich at 12 o'clock and Tokomaru at 6, one therefore saw a great arc of cool colors starting at about 10 o'clock, the western end of the Indus boneyard, and sweeping around to about 5 o'clock, the eastern end of the Hawaii boneyard. A shorter arc of warm colors ran from a little before 6 o'clock to a little after 9. The ring's topmost segment, centered on Greenwich, was frosty white, like a polar ice cap flanked by purple mountains, green hills, and blue water. But on its bottom left side, the ring looked as if it were being heated by a blowtorch, glowing in the warm tones that spoke of predominantly Kamite, Aedan, and Julian populations. That segment was marked off on the plot by 2 red lines drawn athwart the ring. One was located at the longitude of 166 degrees, 30 minutes west, above the former Pacific island of Kiribati. This placed it near the eastern end of the Julian segment. The other was at precisely 90 degrees east, running through the habitat called Dhaka, in the exact center of the Kamite's arc. The lines were borders, not just imaginary frontiers, but literal barriers that had been constructed, like turnpikes, across the ring. The warm-colored arc of habitats stretching between them, incorporating most of the Julian segment, all of the Aedan segment, and exactly half of the Kamite segment, was, to Cath II and the others aboard this flivver, another country. The relationship between it and the larger, cool-colored segment where they lived could be described in many possible ways, of which the most succinct was war. The Teklan, seeing that Cath II had lifted her head from the rest and thereby joined the temporary society of the flivver, turned toward her. He stuck his right elbow out to the side, made a blade of his hand, palm down, and snapped it in until his thumbnail was touching the point of his chin, then, after a moment's pause, elevated it to the level of his forehead. "Beled Tomov," he said. But Cath II had already known this, since it was stenciled on the outside of his suit. Cath II made a similar gesture, though in the style of her race she used her left hand and kept the palm toward her, fingers curled into a loose fist. "Cath Amilthova, too." Both of them looked toward the dine-in. During the previous moments, he had kept his gaze averted in a way that, as everyone understood, meant that he had been taking a leak into his suit's urine collection system and wanted privacy. But now he looked up and performed the gesture, also left-armed, with a slight variation in the attitude of the hand, beginning with his palm toward him but flipping it over to face outward as he brought it to his forehead. "Reese Alaskov." This style of greeting was a throwback to the early days of the Cloud Arc and the first generation spawned on Cleft by the seveneves. People then had spent a lot of time in spacesuits equipped with outer visors that could be flipped up or down to compensate for sunlight. When the visor was pulled down, it concealed the wearer's face behind a reflective metallized screen. When it was pushed up, the face could be seen. In the crowded environments of those days, the upward movement of the hand had become a signal meaning, "Hello, I'm available for social interaction," and its reverse had come to mean, "Goodbye," or "I wish for privacy now." These gestures' practical necessity had withered away as the human races had spread out into habitats where they could get privacy whenever they desired it. They lived on, however, as salutes. Beled Tomov had opted for military style, using the right hand, the subtext being, "I am not going to kill you with a concealed weapon." In gravity, the next move might have then be to reach out for a handshake. In 0G, this usually wasn't practical, and so was rarely done. The left-handed version suggested a non-military vocation, implying that the saluter's right hand was busy doing something useful. The variations in hand position were racial, and their origins were the subject of folkloric research. All agreed, however, that they were useful for signaling one's race when far away, or when obscured in a spacesuit. The cues in size, shape, posture, and bearing that distinguished the races could be subtle, particularly when it was not possible to see facial features and hair color. Reese Alaskov had the honey hair and freckled skin typical of a dine-in. Teklans, too, were fair. But where Reese had an open, appealing face and an engaging manner, Beled was all cheek and jawbones, sleek and bony at the same time, eyes so blue they were nearly white, hair like fiber-optic glass, cropped close to his skull. His effect matched his look. Cath, too, was dark brown, with green eyes and woolly black hair. Close, in other words, to the way Eve Moira had looked. Among the three in this flivver, the largest contrast was therefore between her and Beled. And yet 5,000 years of acculturation shaped the way they would interact. If some crisis were to arise, Cath II and Beled would likely find themselves back to back, each instinctively seeking qualities wanted in the other. And in the absence of a crisis, they might find themselves front to front. A similar complementary relationship obtained between Dinans and Ivans, but as it happened, Reese Alaskov was without an opposite number at the moment, that empty fourth couch. All of which, and more, was just subtext, passed over in a fraction of a second. Reese pushed off gently and floated toward the nest of displays that served as the flivver's control panel. The same functions, of course, might have been served within his VARP, but it was considered desirable to make the ship's status clearly visible to everyone in the cabin, and so that kind of information tended to be splashed up on large screens. Reese was going to establish contact with whatever habitat was at their apogee, chat up whoever was answering the phone on the other end, and smooth the way in general. While he was floating slowly across the cabin, he said, "I trust you both had good surveys?" "Nominal," Bellet announced. Kath, too, was about to make a remark in the same vein when she remembered the indigen, or whoever it was, watching her glider from the shelter of the trees by the lake. The impression had been so fleeting. Had she imagined it? She was certain she hadn't. But memory could play funny tricks. "Mine was fascinating," Reese said, when Kath, too, failed to take the bait for a while. "Any irregularities?" asked Bellet, just as Kath, too, was saying, "What was so interesting?" Sensing Bellet's gaze on her, Kath, too, turned his way and understood that his question had been aimed as much at her as at Reese. It was in Reese's nature as a Dinan, however, to assume that the question was all for him. His eyes flicked between Kath, too, and Bellet. Knowing he was the odd man out here, he responded with a grin that was, of course, charming. "I think I can answer both questions at once." He had reached the chair centered in the cockpit. "The canids are going epi in a huge way. They've become nearly unrecognizable." He brought the controls to life with a few sweeps of his fingers, and the screens lit up all around him. A canid was a thing like a dog, wolf, or coyote. Rather than trying to bring back individual species, Dr. Who Noah, had drawn inspiration from research that had emerged in old Earth scientific journals shortly before Zero, suggesting that the boundaries among those commonly recognized species were so muddy as to be meaningless. They all could and did mate with each other and produce hybrid offspring. For various reasons, these tended to group by size and shape in a way that human observers saw as being distinct species. But when humans weren't looking, or when the environment shifted, all manner of coy dogs and coy wolves and wolf dogs appeared. Coyotes began hunting in packs like wolves, or wolves went solo like coyotes. Creatures that had avoided or eaten humans struck up partnerships with them. Family pets went feral. Who Noah was 120 years old. As a young man, he had been one of many scientists who had rebelled against a tradition of terraform thought that had passed as gospel for hundreds of years previously. Thanks in part to the Young Turks' propagandizing, this older approach had become hidebound and stereotyped as the TOT, or Take Our Time, school. The premise of TOT was that ecosystems, which on old Earth had evolved over hundreds of millions of years, would have to be rebuilt slowly, through a sort of handcrafting process. Which was fine, since living in habitats was safer and more comfortable anyway than the unpredictable surface of a planet. The human races could enjoy thousands of years of safe, secure habitat life while slowly recreating ecosystems down below that would resemble those of old Earth. The planet would become a sort of ecological preserve. Africa, whose outlines were still vaguely recognizable, though heavily reshaped by the hard rain, would have giraffes and lions sequenced from the ones and zeros dating all the way back to the thumb drive around Eve Moira's neck. Likewise with the other battered and reforged continents. Doc was the last surviving member of the Young Turk faction that had named, then rubbished, the TOT lot. They were called the GID, or Get It Done, school. Their leader had been Luke Markov, who himself had been over 100 years old when he had become Doc's teacher. Obviously from his name, which was taken from the surname of Eve Dinah's boyfriend, Marcus, Luke had been a Dinan, but Doc and most of his followers were Ivans, which gave them an air of seriousness and credibility that had proved useful in pressing their agenda. They had formed a partnership with mostly Moiran philosophers who had begun questioning the tot lot's premises, pointing out that recreating simulacra of old Earth biomes, in addition to taking an unreasonably long time, reflected a basically sentimental way of thinking about nature. It was an expression of a sort of post-traumatic stress disorder that the human races had carried on their backs ever since the hard rain. It was time to discard that. The old ecosystems would never return. Even if it were possible to bring them back, it would take so long as to not be worth it. In any event, and this was the nail in the coffin, supplied personally by Doc, it would fail anyway, because the forces of natural selection were unpredictable and uncontrollable. The most powerful weapon in the Gid school's arsenal, however, was not philosophy. It was impatience, a failing shared to a greater or lesser degree by all the races. Second only to that was a competitiveness, a quality absent in Kamites, but present in the other six. Anyone so motivated would of course want to get it done, to make the terraform happen in centuries, rather than millennia. Their rise to power had, however, produced political consequences they had never imagined by giving the races something to compete for, namely, territory on the surface of New Earth. In the early 4820s, Luke Markov had published papers speculating that the surface of New Earth could be made ready for permanent human habitations as early as 5050. While that was startlingly soon by the standards of the Take Our Time school, it had seemed far in the future to the average person, and so the Council of Scientists responsible for planning the terraform had seen no problem with enshrining it in the schedule, and later even moving it up to 5005, the anniversary of the landing on Cleft. But the shift in thinking had unleashed long pent-up political forces that had led to the formation of what amounted to two different countries in the year 4830. The Aedans, who dominated one of them, bringing many Kamites and Julians under their sway, had built the turnpikes at Kiribati and Dhaka in 4855, cleaving the ring. They eventually came up with a formal name for their country, obliging the rest of the ring to come up with a name for theirs, but everyone simply called them Red and Blue. Terraform had continued anyway, through ad hoc cooperation between scientists and labs straddling the red-blue borders. 23 years later, however, practically as soon as New Earth's atmosphere had become breathable without artificial aids, had begun the War on the Rocks, a struggle carried out partly in space, but mostly on the still nude surface of New Earth. This had been terminated in 4895 by what was now called First Treaty, which stipulated, among other things, how subsequent terraform activity was going to proceed. It had thus paved the way for the Great Seeding, which was responsible for the trees that Cath II had been flying over this morning. In subsequent decades, larger and larger animals had been set loose on the surface as part of a planned program to jumpstart whole ecosystems. Some of those, the ones Cath II had been worried about this morning, were canids. When Reese said that they were going epi, he meant that they were passing through some kind of epigenetic shift. If the agent had blown up the moon a couple of decades earlier, Eve Moira wouldn't have known about epigenetics. It was still a new science at the time she was sent up to the Cloud Ark. During her first years in space, when she and her equipment had been coddled in the most protected zones of Izzy and Endurance, she'd had plenty of time to bone up on the topic. Like most children of her era, she'd been taught to believe that the genome, the sequence of base pairs expressed in the chromosomes in every nucleus of the body, said everything there was to say about the genetic destiny of an organism. A small minority of those DNA sequences had clearly defined functions. The remainder seemed to do nothing, and so were dismissed as junk DNA. But that picture had changed during the first part of the 21st century, as more sophisticated analysis had revealed that much of that so-called junk actually performed important roles in the functioning of cells by regulating the expression of genes. Even simple organisms, it turned out, possessed many genes that were suppressed or silenced altogether by such mechanisms. The central promise of genomics, that by knowing an organism's genome, scientists could know the organism, had fallen far short, as it had become obvious that the phenotype, the actual creature that met the biologist's eye with all of its observable traits and behaviors, was a function not only of its genotype, its DNA sequences, but also of countless nanodecisions being made from moment to moment within the organism's cells by the regulatory mechanisms that determined which genes to express and which to silence. Those regulatory mechanisms were of several types, and many were unfathomably complex. Had it not been for the sudden intervention of the agent, the biologists of old Earth would have devoted at least the remaining decades of the century to cataloging these mechanisms and understanding their effects, a then new science called epigenetics. Instead of which, on Cleft, in the hands of Eve Moira and the generations of biologists she reared, it became a tool. They had needed all the tools they could get, and they had wielded them pragmatically, bordering on ruthlessly, to ensure the survival of the human races. When creating the children of the other 6 Eves, Moira had avoided using epigenetic techniques. She had felt at liberty, however, to perform some experiments on her own genome. It had gone poorly at first, and her first 8 pregnancies had been failures. But her last, the only daughter of Moira to survive, had flourished. Cantabrigia, as Moira had named her after the University of Cambridge, had founded the race of which Cath II was a member. By the time the great seeding was in the works, thousands of years later, epigenetics was sufficiently well understood to be programmed into the DNA of some of the newly created species that would be let loose on the surface of New Earth. And one of the planks in the Get It Done platform was to use epigenetics for all it was worth. So rather than try to sequence and breed a new subspecies of coyote that was optimized for, and that would breed true in, a particular environment, as the Tot school would have had it, the GID approach was to produce a race of canines that would, over the course of only a few generations, become coyotes or wolves or dogs, or something that didn't fit into any of those categories, depending on what happened to work best. They would all start with a similar genetic code, but different parts of it would end up being expressed or suppressed, depending on circumstances. And no particular effort would be made by humans to choose and plan those outcomes. They would seed New Earth and see what happened. If an ecosystem failed to take in a particular area, they would just try something else. In the decades since such species had been seeded onto New Earth, this had been going on all the time. Epigenetic transformation had been rampant and, since survey was thin on the ground, largely unobserved by humans. Still, when it led to results that humans saw and happened to find surprising, it was known as going epi. Use of the phrase was discouraged for being unscientific, but Reese Alaskov knew how to get away with it. Reese brought up a rendering of the habitat ring and zoomed in on the whitish segment at its top. Their projected route was superimposed as a crisp green arc that curled through apogee near a succession of relatively small habitats just to the east of Greenwich. For the first habitats constructed in each segment, close to the seeds of Greenwich, Rio et al., had naturally tended to be smaller than the ones that came along later, when the construction process had hit its stride. The closer to a boneyard you got, the larger the habitats generally became. As Reese panned and zoomed around, habitat names came and went on the screen. Hannibal, Brussels, Oyo, Auvergne, Vercingetorix, Steve Lake. The latter aroused a flicker of interest. Cath I had had an old friend living there, but the friendship wouldn't likely have survived the transition to Cath II. She brought the same thing up on her VARP and zoomed out to remind herself of the current location of the eye. If the habitat ring as a whole was like the dial of a clock, then the eye, with its inner and outer tethers, one depending toward Earth, the other reaching out beyond the habitat ring, was a hand. Any description of the eye had to begin by mentioning that it was the largest object ever made. Most of its material had come from cleft. It was, in a sense, the thing cleft had ultimately shape-shifted into. Its innermost piece was a spinning, ring-shaped city of sufficient diameter, some 50 kilometers, that even the largest space habitats could pass through its center with plenty of room to spare. This made the eye capable of sweeping all the way around the ring, encompassing in turn each of the 10,000 separate habitats. Or at least that had been the original plan. In practice, its sweep was limited to the blue part of the ring that began at Dhaka and ran westward about 2/3 of the way around the ring to the fringe of the Julian segment. At both of those locations, barriers, literal turnpikes, consisting of long splinters of nickel iron laid directly across the ring, had been constructed by Red to physically block movement of the eye into their segment. So instead of sweeping around like the hand of a clock, it bounced back and forth between the turnpikes, confining itself to blue habitats. During the ensuing century and a half, Red had been at work on something huge that appeared to be an anti-eye in the making, and that would presumably sweep back and forth in like manner over their segment. But it had never budged from its geostationary orbit above the Macassar Strait, and no one in blue really knew how soon it might become operational. The Great Chain, as the rotating city was called, lined a circular opening, like an iris, in the middle of the eye. To either side of it, the eye tapered to a point. One of those points was always aimed toward the center of Earth, and the other was always aimed away from it. A cable, or rather a redundant, self-healing network of them, emerged from each of those 2 points. The inner one hung almost all the way down to the Earth's surface, where a thing called cradle dangled from it. The outer cable stretched for some distance beyond the habitat ring and terminated in the big rock, which served as a counterweight. By adjusting the length of the latter cable, it was possible to move the whole construct's center of gravity closer to or farther away from Earth, causing it to speed up or slow down in its orbit relative to the habitats in the ring. Thus it could sweep around like the hand of a clock, passing around each habitat along the way or pausing for a time as needed. And when it was encircling a particular habitat, it could easily exchange people and goods with it, via flivvers, or cargo shuttles, or swarms of gnats, or mechanical contraptions that could snake out like tentacles. To be in a habitat, even a quite large and cosmopolitan one, when the eye came around was, in pre-zero terms, a little bit like being in a small town on the prairie and having a mobile Manhattan suddenly roll over the horizon, surround you, have 100 kinds of intercourse with you, and then move on. Among its many other functions, it was a passenger ferry, the most straightforward way of moving among habitats. This was why Cath 2 needed to remind herself of where it was at the moment and which direction it was moving. The answer was that it was about 20 degrees west of their projected apogee, encircling a large new habitat called Akureyri, and heading generally in the direction of the Cape Verde boneyard that separated the Greenwich segment from the Rio segment, which meant that it would soon be in the predominantly Ivan part of the ring. "Whip over high and catch the eye?" she asked. This amounted to a proposal that they should avail themselves of a kind of huge aluminum bullwhip, a very common device on the ring, to project their flivver into a higher orbit. As they curved slowly through apogee out beyond the ring, everything below them, the entire contents of the habitat ring, including the eye, would speed past them on the inside track, so that by the time they looped back to it, the eye would have caught up with them. They could dock their flivver to any of its hundreds of available ports, pass through quarantine in relative comfort, and go their separate ways, using the eye as a ferry to take them wherever they wanted to go, or as a transit hub where they could change to passenger flivvers or liners that might transport them more directly to other places in the system. Or they could ride the elevator down to Cradle, or they could just remain on the Eye, a habitat in its own right, where many people live their entire lives. When possible, catching the Eye was almost always preferable to ending up on some random habitat whence it might take days or even weeks to get transit onward, and so proposals like this one were rarely controversial. "Works for me," Rhys said immediately. Cath too glanced toward Belid and saw him looking back at her. She understood that the Teclan had, in a manner unchanged through thousands of years of racial subspeciation and acculturation to the social and cultural environment of space, been checking her out. She raised an eyebrow at him, just slightly. "Of course," said Belid. "Unanimous. I'll punch it in," Rhys announced, and went to work at the interface panel. Cath too had felt a mildly embarrassing, faint tingle between her legs, a sort of blush, accompanied by a bit of warmth in the face. She expected that Belid was reciprocating at some level. But Teclans were trained not to show their feelings, out of a belief, supposedly traceable all the way back to the ancient Spartans, that emotions such as fear resulted from their visible expression, rather than the other way around. Perhaps sensing what was going on between Cath too and Belid, Rhys focused on his task somewhat more intently than was really needed. The complications, as always, had to do with avoiding collisions and respecting what was still called airspace around habitats, even though it had no air in it and might more properly have been called space. Cath too, keeping half an eye on the brief and businesslike conversation between Rhys and Perambulator, which to her eyes had nothing whatsoever in common with whatever was meant by punching it in, but this was just how Dynans like to express themselves, saw that they would pass through the 20-kilometer-wide gap between habitats named Saint-Exupéry and Knut Tolman. Midway between them was a whip station. Almost every habitat of significance was bracketed between two of these installations. The whip stations were small habitats, crewed by half a dozen or so humans who got rotated out every few months so they would not go crazy from boredom. Their job was to look after thousands of flinks, the latest generation of a lineage of robots that went all the way back to Rhys Aitken's work aboard Izzy. He had been working with fingernail-sized gnats. The ones on whip stations performed the same functions, but they were much bigger. The chains that they formed had the mass and momentum of pre-zero freight trains, capable of undulating and cracking like a whip, or reaching out at distant targets like the fly on the end of a fishing line. Some wear and tear was involved. Flinks could have been inspected and repaired by other robots, but Blue's overall cultural bias in favor of having humans in the loop had led to much of the work being done by flesh and blood crew members. In any case, supposing those people had been doing their job, keeping their fleet of Flinks ready for use, and assuming that no other space travelers had already reserved that time slot on that whip station, the flivver carrying Cath too, Rhys, and Belid would, in something like 12 hours' time, rendezvous with the tip of an aluminum bullwhip that would then snap it into a circular orbit with a slightly higher radius than that of the ring. A few hours later, they would dock at Port 65 in the quarantine section of the outer limb of the Eye. The Eye observed whatever time was local on the part of Earth lying directly below it. Currently, it was about 8 in the morning there. She could look forward to some serious jet lag, another term from the pre-zero era that had become embedded in the language despite the obsolescence of its literal meaning. According to one convention, they should switch over to Eye time now so that they could begin adjusting. But they had all finished long days on New Earth and were too exhausted at this moment to maintain the pretense that it was first thing in the morning for them. They would have plenty of time to adjust in quarantine. Cath too reserved a Moiran-friendly bed and meal plan at Port 65, then plummeted into sleep. The iris of the Eye was too big to have been fabricated as a single rigid object. It had been built, beginning about 900 years ago, out of links that had been joined together into a chain, the two ends of the chain then connected to form a loop. The method would have seemed familiar to Rhys Aitken, who had used something like it to construct Izzy's T3 Taurus. For him, or anyone else versed in the technological history of old Earth, an equally useful metaphor would have been that it was a train, 157 kilometers long, made of 720 giant cars, with the nose of the locomotive joined to the tail of the caboose so that it formed a circular construct 50 kilometers in diameter. An even better analogy would have been to a roller coaster, since its purpose was to run loop-the-loops forever. The track on which the train ran was a circular groove in the iron frame of the eye, lined with the sensors and magnets needed to supply electrodynamic suspension, so that the whole thing could spin without actually touching the eye's stationary frame. This was an essential design requirement, given that the great chain had to move with a velocity of about 500 meters per second in order to supply Earth normal gravity to its inhabitants. Each of the links had approximately the footprint of a Manhattan City block on old Earth, and their total number of 720 was loosely comparable to the number of such blocks that had once existed in the gridded part of Manhattan, depending on where you drew the boundaries. It was bigger than Midtown, but smaller than Manhattan as a whole. Residents of the great chain were acutely aware of the comparison, to the point where they were mocked for having a Manhattan complex by residents of other habitats. They were forever freeze-framing old Earth movies or zooming around in virtual reality simulations of pre-zero New York for clues as to how street and apartment living had worked in those days. They had taken as their patron saint Louisa, the 8th survivor on Cleft, a Manhattanite who had been too old to found her own race. Implicit in that was that the great chain, the GC, Chaintown, Chainhattan, was a place that people might move to when they wanted to separate themselves from the social environments of their home habitats, or indeed of their own races. Mixed-race people were more common there than anywhere else. As in Manhattan, the discretization of the space imposed form on how it had developed, with each link of the chain, each city block, acquiring its own skyline and identity. Groups of consecutive blocks had long since coalesced into neighborhoods. Each block was, in effect, a fully independent space vehicle with its own system for keeping the air from leaking out. But each was connected to its two neighbors by a bundle of passageways routed through its foundation slab, which made it possible to move easily from one to the next in the same way that the Londoners of old Earth had used underground passages, subways in the London sense of the word, to cut beneath crowded intersections. Some of the subways were sized for human pedestrians. 4 of them carried trains, locals and express service running both directions around the full circuit of the great chain. Still others were reserved for robotic vehicles programmed to carry cargo. Beyond that was a wide range of smaller conduits carrying air, water, power, and information. All of them went by the name of subways. This was a conflation of the old London and New York senses of the word. At each end of each block was a system of airlocks. These would seal themselves off in the event that a block were to depressurize. People ran marathons through them. 4 consecutive marathons made up about 1 circuit around the entire chain. Every 5th link in the chain was public property. These tended to be parks, though some served as cultural facilities. So you were never more than 2 links away from green, or at least open, space. The other 576 links were privately owned and constituted a commercial and residential real estate market that would have been easily recognizable to any pre-zero property magnate. The great chain had been likened more than once to the ancient board game of Monopoly. Some stretches of the loop were more high rent, others less so. The pattern was interrupted in several places by special links, or short series of links, placed there to serve industrial and civic requirements, such as making the transit system work. One of those was the ramp link, whose purpose was to make connections every 5 minutes with the on-ramp and the off-ramp. Since the great chain was moving at about 500 meters per second with respect to the non-rotating frame of the eye, persons wishing to get from the latter to the former needed to be accelerated to a fairly spectacular velocity, almost Mach 1.5, before they could set foot on the ramp or any other link. And those wishing to dechain, as the expression had it, needed to be decelerated by the same amount. The acceleration and the deceleration were handled by machines built into a place on the rim of the iris of the eye. Though some efforts had been made to camouflage their essential nature, they were really just guns for shooting humans, albeit humans strapped into comfortable, pressurized bullets. Outside of the great chain, the rest of the eye was lightly infested with human beings, heavily so with robots. Most of it existed in microgravity, since the entire contraption, great chain, tethers and all, was in geosynchronous orbit, hence free fall around Earth. As you moved away from its center, toward the two extremities of the eye where the tethers emerged, you might begin to notice tidal forces, which would show up as very mild gravity-like tugs. These shifted whenever the eye adjusted its orbit to move around the habitat ring, and people who spent a lot of time there could always feel in their bones when a move was underway, like old Earthers predicting the weather in their knees. The skeleton of the eye was a simple space frame built in the Amalthean style, which was to say that it had been carved and shaped from existing material, cleft, as opposed to fabricated from scratch. Aesthetically, it meant that the big structural elements had a rough-hewn, space-battered look to them, a bit like a log cabin with all the knots and bark still visible. Vacancies between the big structural elements had been filled in with giant machines, most notably several immense rotating masses whose purpose was to stabilize the whole eye gyroscopically. The nooks and crannies between the machines had been caulked with pressurized spaces where humans could move about. Some of those rotated to produce simulated gravity. They were like miniature torus-shaped space colonies pinned to a much bigger structure. Docking ports tended to cluster near those. As Cath 2's eyes closed into sleep, she was gazing at the usual ring-shaped formation of iridescent sparkles, so densely packed that they blended into each other on the VARP. The eye was a slightly larger white dot between 12 and 1 o'clock. It would have been difficult to see were it not for the long white line representing its tether system, which ran from just above the Earth's surface all the way through the big white dot and beyond to the big rock. Their flivver's trajectory, a sharp green ellipse, projected from where they were now, near Earth, all the way out to slightly beyond the ring before curving back in to intersect the eye. Through her eyelids, she could see indistinct patterns, reminding her a little of the first thing she'd seen this morning, the flickering lights on the walls of her tent. But then the VARP figured out that her eyes were closed and shut off the display. When she opened her eyes, the VARP noticed it and came back to life, rendering the display again. Generally it looked the same, but the eye had moved a little bit, and the dot representing the flivver had covered most of the distance to the habitat ring. Zooming in, she could see the two habitats between which they were going to pass, and the much smaller rendering of the whip station between them, exercising its long, hair-thin flagellum in preparation for their arrival. She must have slept for something like 10 hours. Moirans were notorious for it. Remembering the look she had exchanged earlier with Beled, she felt, then stifled, mild embarrassment over the fact that she had spent most of the journey snoring away. She unstrapped and floated over to the zero-G toilet at the end of the flivver's cabin. When she emerged a few minutes later, she saw that Reese was asleep, loosely strapped in before the control panel. Beled was still in his acceleration couch. He too had slipped on a VARP, and she guessed from the way he was moving his hands and wiggling his fingers that he was working as opposed to playing. He was probably filling out his survey report, which was what Cath 2 ought to be doing. They represented a civilization that had, during the 4th millennium, executed a plan to undo the damage caused by the agent by identifying, cataloging, reaching, corralling, and revectoring millions of rocks in orbit around Earth, while also reaching as far as the Kuiper Belt to acquire chunks of frozen water and methane and ammonia and bring them home and smash them into the ruined planet. Essentially, all of this work had been accomplished by robots. So much metal had gone into their construction that millions of humans now lived in space habitats whose steel hulls consisted entirely of melted down and reforged robot carcasses. It would have been easy for them to blanket the surface of New Earth with robots and, without ever sending down a single human being, perform a kind of survey, one that was heavy on data and light on judgment. In that version of the world, Cath 2 and the others would have spent their lives in habitats, working at VARPs and mining data. All sorts of interesting philosophical arguments could have been framed as to whether that approach was better or worse than what they were in fact doing. But philosophy didn't really enter into it. The decision to do it this way was driven partly by politics and partly by social mores. On the political front, it boiled down to the terms of Second Treaty, which 18 years ago had terminated the Second Red-Blue War, sometimes called the War in the Woods, to distinguish it from the earlier War on the Rocks. The treaty imposed strict limitations on the number of robots that either side could send down to the surface. For that matter, it also limited the number of humans, but the upshot was that, given those limits, human surveyors could gather more useful information about conditions on New Earth than could robots beaming data up to the ring. On the social front, it was a question of a mystics, which was a term that had been coined ages ago by a Moiran anthropologist to talk about the choices that different cultures made as to which technologies they would and would not make part of their lives. The word went all the way back to the Amish people of pre-Zero America, who had chosen to use certain modern technologies, such as roller skates, but not others, such as internal combustion engines. All cultures did this, frequently without being consciously aware that they had made collective choices. To the extent that Blue had a definable culture, it tended to view technological aids with some ambivalence, a state of mind boiled down into the aphorism, "Each enhancement is an amputation." This was not so much a definable idea or philosophy as it was a prejudice, operant at a nearly subliminal level. It was traceable to certain parts of the epic. In many of these, Tavistock Prowse played a role. He was seen as its literal embodiment in the sense that he had actually undergone a series of amputations and been consumed as food after throwing in his lot with the swarm. Blue saw itself, according to cultural critics, defined itself as the inheritors of the traditions of endurance. By process of elimination, then, Red was the culture of the swarm. A century and a half ago, Red had sealed itself off behind barriers both physical and cryptographic, so not much was known of its culture, but plenty of circumstantial evidence suggested that it had different amistics from Blue. Specifically, the Reds were enthusiastic about personal technological enhancement. The upshot, here in the cabin of this flivver, was that the missions just concluded by Cath 2, Bellet, and Reese had no value. In effect, they had never happened, until reports had been filed. And the reports could not simply consist of data dumps and pictures. Surveyors had to write actual prose, and the more judgment and insight were condensed into that prose, the more highly it was thought of by people like Doc and, increasingly, his senior students. Knowing that, Cath 2 had been writing her report since before her glider had touched down on a broad swath of grass a fortnight ago. What remained was some editing and a summary. This ought to have come easily, but half an hour after she pulled the document up on her VARP, she found herself gazing at it, unable to focus. "Bellet?" she finally said. Distinctly enough for him to hear it, not loud enough to wake up Reese. "Working on your report?" he asked. He could see her and the rest of the cabin through the translucent light field of his VARP. He might have seen the movements of her hands, indicative of text entry. In any case, the question had a bit of an edge to it. Hours earlier, Bellet had noted some uncertainty in Cath 2's face. There was no telling, now, how long he'd been observing her through eyes screened by the VARP. "Did you see any indigens?" she asked him. He reached up and slid the VARP onto the top of his head. A polite gesture. "I planned my route to avoid a certain Riz," he said. registered indigent zone, a place listed by name in the treaty as a district where Sooners, people who had illegally gone to the surface ahead of schedule, were grandfathered in under the politely evasive term indigens and allowed to live subject to certain restrictions. I saw it from a distance. They did not see me. Of course not, Cath 2 said, suppressing a smile. Does that answer your question? Bellet asked, knowing that it didn't. I think I saw one not in a riz, Cath 2 said. This piqued Bellet's attention. Establishing a settlement, or— No, Cath 2 said firmly. I'd have mentioned that. I think he or she was in scope. Meaning, conducting activities, such as hunting and gathering, within the scope of Second Treaty. Most likely fishing, but at least 200 kilometers from the nearest riz. A long way to carry a dead fish, Bellet remarked. Yeah, Cath 2 said, and felt her face warm slightly. Obvious as it seemed now that Bellet had pointed it out, she'd missed that detail. Did you investigate further? Bellet asked. Unable, Cath 2 said. I saw this person from my glider on my way out. It is not mandatory to explain every last thing in your report, Bellet pointed out. To leave a loose end under those circumstances is acceptable. It will give some other surveyor a challenging and welcome task to shoulder. An idea came to Cath 2. What if we were shouldering it? Explain. Does it seem to you as though there was an unusual concentration of survey activity in that one zone? Unusual? Bellet allowed, after thinking about it for a few moments. Not without precedent. Makes me wonder, Cath 2 said, if some previous surveyor saw what I saw and triggered a wave of missions in the same area. In that case, Bellet pointed out, survey would have informed us of what it was they were sending us to look for. That was so sensible, and Bellet said it with such simple conviction that Cath 2 nodded and declined to press it any further. But she was thinking, unless it is something they don't want us to know. The conversation with Bellet had been useful in that it had given her a way to proceed, which was simply to type up the indigent sighting as a loose end, and thus drop it into the lap of whoever read the report. She went to work on that general plan, trying to clarify the fleeting memory in her mind's eye, to sort out objective observations made in the moment from judgments and suppositions she had added later, which was tricky, since the latter were supposed to be part of her job. A while later, Reese was awakened by an alarm he'd set on his wrist. He made a sleepy flight to the toilet and back, looking at her in the classic style of the extrovert who wants you to drop whatever you're doing so that you can have a conversation with him. After exchanging a few words with Bellet, he settled in to work on his own report, and the cabin was quiet for a while. Later the two men broke out some rations and had a snack, talking of this and that. Cath, too, was snapped out of her work reverie by a mild shift in their tone of voice. Now they were talking about something important, not in an urgent or concerned way. A glance at the display told her what it was. They were nearing the ring, which meant that they were about to lance through the 20-kilometer-wide gap between two space habitats. There was no reason that this should be a problem, but it was the sort of feat that focused one's attention and brought a discernible edge to one's voice. She reached up and found the lever on her VARP that activated an opaque screen over the lenses, essentially a blindfold. Her view of the cabin was now blocked. The only things she could see were those being projected into her eyes by the VARP. At the same time, she activated an application that gave her the ability to see the flivver's surroundings, as if she were floating adrift in space. The same service could have been provided by a bubble of glass on the flivver's hull, but it wouldn't have been as good. It would have exposed the user's head to cosmic radiation, and the contrasty light would have made it difficult to see certain things. The VARP, on the other hand, played games with the light's dynamic range so that bright things were less so while dim things were bright enough to see, It gave everything a luminous, warm quality that did not exist in reality. It was so far superior to looking at the world directly that many spacesuits eschewed transparencies altogether and just encased the wearer's head in a radiation-shielded dome with a varp on the inside. She was now looking at an enhanced view of the universe from their current location, which was just inside, but rapidly approaching, the habitat ring. The ring was spinning past them. It was a little like being on the inside of a carousel, watching the horses wheel by, except that instead of horses, these were space habitats, as much as 30 kilometers across, and they were moving at 3,000 meters per second. The task was to shoot between two of them without getting hit. By the standards of orbital mechanics, it was no great feat, but it looked shockingly dangerous, and as such it was great fun to watch. As Cath 2 looked straight ahead, the habitats seemed to be whizzing across their path like the teeth of a buzzsaw. But through an apparent miracle, the flivver found a gap between two of them. "Whip dock in 3, announced a synthesized voice, and Cath 2's hands moved around to check the straps holding her into her seat. An immense bullwhip was burgeoning toward them. Its general dimensions were about those of an exceptionally long old Earth freight train, but instead of boxcars, it was made up of many flinks coupled nose to tail into a chain. If Reese's earlier preparations had gone according to plan, and Cath 2 would have heard about it, were that not the case, then several hours ago the hundreds of flinks that lived in this whip station had begun to assemble themselves into a chain. When it had reached the desired length, which was a function of the specific mission to be performed, the chain had joined itself nose to tail into an endless loop and gone into motion, driven by a simple linear motor in the whip station. It had formed an elongated oval known as an Aitken loop, and then devoted some time to tweaking its shape and dialing in its exact velocity. Flinks were simple beasts, consisting mostly of structure, solid aluminum cast into certain shapes. Each flink had a knuckle amidships, enabling it to bend freely in both directions. In mechanical engineering terms, it was just a heavy-duty universal joint. Fore and aft it had couplers that enabled it to form a strong, rigid connection with other flinks. Somewhere in all of that structure were a few grams of silicon that made it smart, and lines for carrying power and information down the length of the chain. A few moments ago, word had gone out to one of the flinks that it should decouple from the one behind it. This had happened just as it was emerging from the whip station. At the instant the coupler had disconnected, the system had stopped being an Aitken loop and started being a giant bullwhip. The Nixt, a very old mispronunciation of Knickstula, referring to the U-shaped bend at the apex of the loop, had begun to propagate away from the whip station, towing the free end of the whip behind it, accelerating as it went, and rapidly building to thousands of meters per second of velocity. This was the thing Cath 2 saw in the VR, the elbow in the whip, coming right at them. The free end was concealed behind it, but she knew that in a few moments it would come whipping around in a huge final burst of acceleration. All the energy was directed backward, from the point of view of the bored crew members, who were presumably monitoring all of this in the station at the handle end of the whip. They were moving a lot faster than the flivver. In order to make physical contact with the approaching craft, they had to reach back. And reach wasn't really the right term. They had to punch backward with explosive suddenness to match the flivver's much lower velocity. This was the kind of task that bullwhips were made for. Still, she couldn't help but flinch as the final few flinks snapped around toward them. The perspective on the VR was almost sickening. The eye was confused by the fact that the whip as a whole was moving away from them so rapidly, and yet its uncoiling tip was coming right at them. Any failure in the calculations, and it would have either hurtled away from them, leaving them alone and adrift, or else smashed into them at hypersonic closing velocity and destroyed them as surely as a bolide strike during the epic. Instead of which the two velocities matched perfectly, and the last flink in the chain was, just for a moment, right there in front of them, much like the hanger she had docked with earlier. "Coupling," said the voice, unnecessarily, since she could hear the mechanical connection being made and then feel the acceleration as the flivver was slapped sideways and then jerked forward by the momentum of the whip. "Brace for stabilization," a polite way of saying that the situation in the whip was a little chaotic in the aftermath of the snap-around. In general, they were now being pulled forward with tremendous force, being brought up to a speed to match that of the whip station and all the other objects in the habitat ring. But the physics of the whip led to some side-to-side oscillation, some surges and lapses in the acceleration that could be dampened but not removed by the tiny adjustments of the flinks. "Hebel has toggled," the voice confirmed. Hebel, like Knixtele, was a term from the German. It was a lever at the base of the whip, anchored to the whip station, and capable of flipping freely from one side to the other. It was, in effect, the arm that held the handle and cracked the whip. And shortly after the completion of the first crack, the one that had culminated in successful docking, it had snapped around to the other side of the station and initiated a second crack in the opposite direction. A new nicht had been formed, just at the place where the whip was attached to the Hebel and was beginning to accelerate forward, accelerating the flivver to the velocity it would need to accomplish the rest of the mission. The process lasted for about 3 minutes. The visual cues in her headset gave her mind the context. The buzzsaw whirling past them seemed to slow down. Of course, it was still moving at the same speed. In truth, the flivver was speeding up to match its pace. But from her point of view, the habitat ring stopped looking like a whirling dervish and began to resolve itself into a series of discrete objects, still rushing past them, but more and more slowly until the whole ring seemed to grind to a halt. And at that moment, something especially huge drifted into view. The eye, dead in their path. "Decoupling," the voice announced, and not a moment too soon, since the acceleration had become difficult to tolerate. Had they not broken their connection to the tip of the whip, the G-forces would have rendered them unconscious, then killed them, and finally ripped the flivver to shreds. Flinks were built to survive forces that humans and ordinary spacecraft could not. But the geometry and the timing of the nicht had been programmed so that it would bring them to their desired velocity and release them into their new trajectory just before the crisis that, in an old Earth bullwhip, would have been signaled by the sharp bang of a sonic boom. Weightlessness returned, unless you counted a bit of corrective jostling from the flivver's thrusters. Cath 2's vision cleared, and she swallowed a few times, trying to settle her stomach. The funny thing was that the entire procedure, from Cath 2's landing her glider in the hangar to the bolo release to the just concluded interaction with the whip, would have looked graceful, even gentle, when viewed from a distance. In order to understand the sheer intensity of the acceleration and the jostling, you had to live through it. Trying to think about something other than her stomach, she took a good look at the eye. Right now it was encircling Akureyri, a big, population 1.1 million, newish, 84 years old, habitat, constructed in the style known informally as the double barrel, historically known as the O'Neill Island 3 type. It was 2 large cylinders, parallel to each other, rotating in opposite directions. Each was enshrouded in complexes of mirrors and other infrastructure. The mirrors were aimed at the sun, whose light was bounced through windowed strips on the cylinder walls to illuminate the landscapes within. But it was about 6 in the evening local time, and so those mirrors were gradually being feathered to simulate twilight. By using the VARP to zoom in, Cath 2 could have peered through the windows to see the farms, forests, waterways, and habitations inside Akureyri, but she knew generally what it would look like, so she remained zoomed out for now. Which she had to, if she was going to take in the eye. Akureyri, big as it was dwarfed by the construct surrounding it. Of this, the most eye-catching part was the Manhattan on a roller coaster spectacle of the Great Chain, whipping around at terrific speed, completing a full circuit every 5 minutes. But that wasn't where they were going. As the eye became larger and larger in her view, its whirling iris drifted to one side, and it became clear that the flivver's tiny corrective burns had aimed them toward one of those inhabited bits contained within its massive, pitted iron frame, a ring of 80 docking ports encircled by a large, glowing yellow letter Q that was universally recognizable as the logo and the badge of quarantine. At a glance, 2/3 of the ports in the Q were already occupied by other ships, mostly flivvers of various types plus a couple of liners. The ports were individually numbered with glowing digits and annotated in the mixture of Latin and Cyrillic used throughout the ring as to their purposes: transit, immigration, military, survey, spiets. A ring of green lights surrounding a vacant port, number 65, began to flash. The systems that were controlling the flivver already knew where to go, so this was solely for the benefit of human beings, as well as serving as a backup plan in the rare event that a vehicle needed to be piloted by hand. Cath, too, had seen enough dockings in her time, so she peeled off the varp and held it in her lap through the ensuing series of nudges and jerks, which terminated with the opening of the airlock door. A yellow striped tube stretched away into the part of quarantine set aside for people who, like them, were returning from the surface of Earth. A few meters in, they were confronted by a one-way door, constructed so that only one person at a time could pass through it. Hanging on a rack nearby were a number of hard bracelets, color-coded to indicate that they were intended for survey personnel, also striped with machine-readable glyphs. Cath, too, selected one and ratcheted it around her wrist. After a moment, a red diode began to blink on its back and digits began to count time. She waved it at the door, which unlocked itself and allowed her to pass into the tube beyond. This part of the queue consisted essentially of plumbing, a snarl of human-sized pipes that drained people away from incoming ships and let them pool in separate reservoirs until they had passed muster. Cath, too, Reese, and Bellid would be inspected visually for invasive species and pathogens, their clothes and equipment sterilized. There would be mandatory showers and scrubbings. Stool and blood samples would be taken and tested. Because they were survey, however, little interest would be shown in their backgrounds, their politics, their emotional stability, their motivations. Survey personnel had already been vetted for that sort of thing. Depending on how busy the lab facilities were, it could take anywhere from 6 to 24 hours. The suspicion, followed by the certainty that Cath, too, was being detained, crept up on her. After a few hours, she was given clearance to move freely about the common areas of the queue's no-man's land, eateries, shops, lounges, and recreational facilities strung around a torus with about half a G of simulated gravity. This meant that she had passed all the biological tests. But the bracelet continued to blink red. The digits counted up to a day, then a day and a half. She shifted her sleep schedule to eye time and began to experience jet lag. The queue was pretty crowded. Perhaps that figured into the delay. The eye had, in the last couple of weeks, swept westward across the oldest, most densely populated regions of the Greenwich segment, headed for the Cape Verde boneyard and the Rio segment beyond. At such a location, close to a boneyard where the habitats were big and new, the queue would expect to see a large volume of in-transit passengers, emigrants from older and more crowded places bound for big new habitats, like Akureyri. It took decades to fully populate one of those things. Their population was ramped up gradually as new housing was constructed and the life-supporting ecosystem was cultivated and tuned. In a short while, the eye would reach the Cape Verde boneyard and the census in this place would drop to near zero. Just a few workers going to jobs on new habitats and some patient long-range travelers. But for now the facilities in the no-man's land were operating at capacity and there were queues for food and drink, especially at places that catered to families. For people often emigrated when they had small children who they thought would benefit from being planted in a clean new place where they could run around. So Cath, too, told herself, for a while, that the delay was purely bureaucratic in nature, a result of too many emigrants and not enough queue staff on hand. But on the second day, she noticed Bellet in the recreation center, operating a resistance training device at some insane power level only usable by young male Teclans. Later, after he had showered, she caught up with him in a bar, and he mentioned that he had seen Reese headed for the exit, with his bracelet flashing green. "When was this?" she asked. "Yesterday," Bellet said. 8 hours and 20 minutes after we docked. A few hours later, Cath 2 and Bellet vacated their single rooms and moved into a slightly larger double. They began sleeping together without having sex, which was a fairly common behavior pattern for Moiran Teclan couples who scarcely knew each other. When Bellet got an erection, which was fairly often, he would go into the tiny ensuite bathroom and masturbate. This way of dealing with it was sufficiently common that for him to have behaved in any other way would have been noteworthy. She knew that she could rely on him to show impeccable discipline, and he knew that this was her expectation, and so it could go on indefinitely until one of them signaled a change. Unable to sleep, not as proficient as Bellet at masturbation, she heaved his massive arm off her chest, a project akin to dragging an unconscious 10-year-old boy to the other side of the bed, and slipped out, looking for a place to kill time until she felt drowsy. At the cafeteria, waiting in line for chocolate, she found herself standing next to a small, lithe Julian woman in her 60s. The woman had been reading a book, or pretending to. As the wait stretched on, she seemed to lose interest. She closed the book, stifled a yawn, and fixed her gaze on Cath 2. "Back from the surface?" This was obvious from the color of Cath 2's wristband, but Cath 2 understood that the woman was just trying to strike up a conversation. "Yes." "Home for you?" the woman asked, referring to the eye. "I'm sort of between homes at the moment. Survey duty makes it hard to settle down." "Ah, taking a little R&R on the Great Chain. Good for you." Cath 2 understood perfectly well that this woman was a quarantine agent. This was how the queue operated, not by interrogating you in a windowless room, but by striking up a casual conversation. The purpose of these common areas was to supply a range of venues and opportunities. It was important not to be seen as dissimulating, so Cath 2 said, "I expect some R&R might happen, but really I'm bound for Stromness." "Ah, visiting a friend at university?" Was it telling the truth to call Doc a friend? "More of a mentor, a teacher," she said. "Well, I've heard Stromness is lovely. Never been." Many, perhaps most, who were probed in this way never even realized that they were talking to a quarantine agent. That was because most people passed through the queue rarely, if at all, and when they did, they tended to be jumbled together with large groups of travelers in settings where this sort of conversation might easily be mistaken for idle chit-chat. Cath 2 was a sufficiently experienced traveler to know exactly what was going on. And the other woman knew that she knew. They would carry on with the charade anyway. Cath 2 resisted the temptation to make trouble by asking the Julian where she had come from and where she was going. The woman would no doubt have some plausible story queued up. Obliging her to rattle it off would only waste time. As the queue crept forward, they came in view of a display panel above the counter, showing a scene from the epic. The time code in the corner was A+3.139, placing it about a year and a half into the big ride. The footage was from an arclet, not endurance, so this was most likely from the swarm. There was simulated gravity, so the arclet had to be part of a bolo. Cath 2 didn't recognize any of the people at first. They were, of course, all rootstock humans, clearly recognizable as not belonging to any of the 7 current human races, but close enough that she could still feel what they were feeling. They spoke, like everyone else in the epic, in the archaic accents of 5,000 years ago. No Eves were currently in the frame. The only Eves in the swarm, of course, had been Julia and Aida. So this was probably what they called side story, which was to say, video from the epic that, while it didn't capture the words or the deeds of any of the Eves, was still deemed important enough to have been incorporated into the canon and to show up on playlists in locations like this cafe. Kath, too, had a vague sense that she had seen it before, many years ago, perhaps in school. She had lost track of days and time zones, but she was fairly sure that today was Jules' Day, and so any epic scenes being broadcast in a place like this were most likely commemorative of something that Eve Julia had said or done. "Happy Eve Day," she said, as a polite reflex, to the Julian standing next to her. "Good day to you," the woman returned, which confirmed that today was in fact Jules' Day. Kath, too, watched the scene long enough to get the gist of it. She was growingly certain that she remembered these people and their situation. The 7 fat and 7 thin was a bolo that had consisted of 2 heptads. One of them had experienced a breakdown in food production because of a contagious blight that had started in one of its arklets and eventually spread to the other 6. The result was 7 arklets full of starving people, connected by a long cable to 7 arklets in which there was plenty to eat. They had worked out a system of sending spacewalkers up their respective cables to the center point where the 2 paws were latched together. There, care packages from the 7 fat would be handed over to spacewalkers from the 7 thin, who would descend back to the afflicted heptad and distribute the food. But 7 arklets could not produce food for 14. All went hungry, and people in the 7 thin began to die. The problem was exacerbated by the fact that this bolo had become separated from the main swarm. The particular scene now being broadcast was a video conference between the starvelings of the 7 thin and the only slightly better fed occupants of the 7 fat, made more wrenching by the fact that family members and old friends had found themselves separated by that cable. Kath, too, was sure she remembered it now. In a few minutes, they would establish radio contact with the white arklet and bring Eve Julia into the conversation to ask for her advice. She would make a little speech about what they must do. The story would end with the 7 thin cutting themselves loose from the bolo. They timed it in such a way that the 7 fat would be flung back in the direction of the main swarm, ensuring their at least temporary survival, while the 7 thin went hurtling away in the opposite direction. In effect, the doomed ones used themselves as propellant to save the others. The tale was made more complicated and more poignant by other details that Kath, too, would be subjected to if she stood here watching it long enough. The 7 thin heptad was one of the few that contained part of the human genetic archive, and so its sacrifice had been part of the seemingly inexorable series of mishaps that had led to the Council of the 7 Eves and the creation of the new human races. And their decision to sacrifice themselves had not been unanimous. It had been preceded by a mutiny and hand-to-hand fighting from one arklet to the next as a minority of the starvelings had attempted to save themselves by donning spacesuits and ascending the cable. The man who had fought his way to the control panel and mashed the button that had severed the bolo was named Julius Mwangi. There was a habitat named after him at 38 degrees, 0 minutes east, hovering over his birthplace in Kenya. The 0 minutes part being significant, since habitats lying on meridians were traditionally named after heroes of the epic. All of that came back to Kath 2's mind during the time it took the cafe workers to make her coffee. For, since it had become obvious that she was being interrogated, she thought it best to change her order from chocolate to something with a little more caffeine. "This is on me," she said to the quarantine agent, since it was traditional to do small favors for strangers on their Eve Day. Had this been Moyer's Day, someone else might have paid for her coffee. "Oh, no, I couldn't," the woman said, which was probably true on a literal level. She could not accept a favor from someone she was interrogating. "But if you would allow me to sit with you—" "Of course," Kath, too, said, and waited while the woman's coffee was made. The screen above the counter had cut to a different part of the epic, consisting of a conversation that had taken place aboard Endurance shortly before the final burn, in which Dinah and Ivy had talked each other into believing that Julia wasn't as bad as all that. Kath, too, had always found it a little cloying. People quoted lines from it all the time. It had served as the basis for political movements and parties that had sought to build stronger alliances between the Julians and other races. As such, its timing was fortuitous. Had Kath, too, been of a Julian turn of mind, she'd have wondered whether the whole thing had been staged, the playlist's timing rigged by someone behind the scenes at quarantine so that she would see it just before sitting down to coffee with this woman. Because that was how Julians were. It was the choice that Eve Julia had made during the Council of the Seveneves. Her strain, living in relative isolation in their segment of the ring, had intensified it through the selective breeding process known as caricaturization. Julians had developed huge eyes, sleek ears, and small mouths as part of that. It was the single easiest way to identify one from across the room. The woman saluted before sitting down. Julians saluted with their left hands, keeping off to the side of the face so that the hand never passed through the eye line. Ariane, she said. A common Julian name, derived from the rockets launched from Kourou, which Eve Julia had defended by nuking the Venezuelans. Ariane Casablancova, meaning that she was the daughter of a woman named Casablanca, after the White House. Kath, too, saluted back. Kath Amalthova, too. For Kath, too,'s mother had been named after the asteroid that had sheltered Moira and her lab through the big ride. Ariane sat down across from her, huge eyes fixed impassively on Kath, too,'s face. Look, Kath, too, said, I'm no good at this. I don't belong to any coupole, and I don't want to join. Just ask me what is on your mind. Just wondering if you saw anything interesting on the surface. My whole point in going there was to see interesting things. I hardly see anything that is not interesting. Ariane just sat there expectantly. I filed a report, Kath, too, said. And discussed its contents with Belid Tomov? Yes. But not with Reese Alaskov. Reese was asleep when Belid and I were talking. You slept quite a bit as well, Ariane remarked. 10 hours on the flivver. I had been flying a glider all day. With frequent naps. Every time a Moiran sleeps in a little bit, Kath, too, said. It doesn't mean that we are going epi. Sometimes we are just tired is all. Time will tell. Now you are journeying to have a face-to-face conversation with your mentor, Ariane said. Or so you think. What does that mean? Doctor Who is not on Stromness. You would know as much if you had coordinated with him. But you didn't. Instead, you made an impulsive plan, spur of the moment, to visit a place with which you have good associations. Something's troubling you. You are aware that you might be starting to go epi. You won't discuss it with Doc until you are face-to-face with him in a place where you feel safe. It must be something you observed on the surface. Something unexpected. Telling Ariane Casablancova to read Kath, too,'s report wouldn't help. Probably she had already perused it several times. She wanted to hear the story fresh. I might have seen a human, Kath, too, said. Might? It was a glimpse from a distance. Not another surveyor, or else you wouldn't see anything remarkable in it. Surveyors wear bright clothes for visibility. Belid didn't. When he was passing near the Riz, no, of course not. I'm speaking in general. Go on. This person was wearing the opposite. Sort of like... Like what? You ever see pre-zero videos with hunters? They used to wear clothes that would make them less visible. Camouflage, Ariane said. Yeah, I think this person was in camouflage. Not a surveyor, then. So military, perhaps? Kath, too, asked. But the only purpose of military is to fight other military. And I'm pretty sure there's no other military down there. Unless there's been some kind of infraction. But if there'd been an infraction, I'd have been warned of it before I was dropped. Hell, they'd have sent a Thor after me. Did it occur to you that it might be a fresh infraction, which you were the first to notice? The question kind of hung there. Ariane's implication was clear. If Cath II had witnessed anything of the sort, she ought to have reported it immediately, instead of sleeping for 10 hours and then making a harebrained effort to find Doc in a place where he wasn't. No, she said. That's not what this was. How do you know? I was making passes over the lake for a long time. I was clearly visible. Anyone who was there for no good reason would have simply hidden in the trees until I was gone. That's not what this person did. They were down near the shore in a place where they could get a clear view of what I was doing. Like what? Ariane asked. Like they were gawking. After a long silence, Ariane repeated the word. Gawking. Yeah. Until this point, Cath II had felt uncomfortable under Ariane's gaze, but now she looked directly into the great penetrating eyes for a while. When this person moved, Ariane said, did you get any sense as to posture and gait? I don't think it was a Neoander, Cath II said, shaking her head. That I would have reported. Ariane blinked and said, the simplest explanation is, of course, an indigen, which is the possibility I discussed with Belid. She was feeling a little on the defensive now. But what would one be doing there, so far from the nearest Riz? It is a mystery. Yes. That explains why you broke profile, Ariane said, nodding. I don't even know what broke profile means to you people. Did you ever get the sense that you were being watched? Followed? Ariane Casablancova had the damnable habit of asking good questions. You have to assume when you're down there that you are not going unnoticed by local megafauna, of course. Over time, hiking solo, trying to be aware of that, it can make you sort of, I don't know. She didn't want to use the word paranoid around a Julian, since it was a racially charged word. Ariane seemed to sense this, and found it ever so slightly amusing. She leaned forward slightly, trying to help Cath II over the sticky place. You developed a heightened awareness. Perhaps to be safe, you interpret the sounds of the wilderness in the most conservative possible way, yeah. Like the morning of my departure, I was awakened by patches of light moving around my tent. I thought for a minute that it might be caused by the movement of a large animal, passing between me and the sun. Then I emerged from the tent and saw that it had just been my imagination, that the light was shining between tree branches that were moving in the wind. Interesting. That heightened awareness of things over a long enough span of time does seem just like the sort of stimulus that could trigger an epigenetic shift in a Moiran, Ariane said. The thought had occurred to me. You didn't mention it in your report. This was the first time Ariane had come out and admitted that she'd read the report, and so it pulled Cath II up short. She was distracted by a large Teclan entering the cafe with a green bracelet on his wrist. But it wasn't Belid. Just another surveyor, recently arrived, perhaps part of the same dragnet. Obviously, Belid had filed a very complete report, including his conversation with Cath II on the flivver. From another type of person, she might have found this an irritating indiscretion, but for a Teclan it was to be expected. I didn't mention it in my report, Cath II said, because in my judgment, it was only my imagination, not a genuine reportable survey event. If you don't object to my going all juju, this was a self-deprecating term for Julian-style cognition. Go ahead. Perhaps your initial impression was correct, and it was, in fact, caused by a large animal, a human, passing between you and the sun. A mistake committed by someone who was watching you furtively, and when he, I'll call him a he, noticed his shadow on your tent, he realized he'd blundered and withdrew down the slope into the woods and watched you from there. It is entirely possible, Cath too said. Out of politeness, she refrained from adding that it was the kind of thing that could only have been spun from a Julian mind. How has your sleep been since then? Very sporadic and jet-laggy, which is why I'm here. I think it is possible that I might have started to go epi on the last day, but now that I'm back in civilization, my system is confused, and the shift is being aborted. Here, Cath too might have reached up to feel her own face, had she been sitting across the table from a Moiran friend. Do I look different? But Ariane would have no way of knowing the answer. Cath too added, I've been sleeping with Belid. I think that is helping pull me back. Very well. I hope your adjustment, whether or not it includes becoming Cath Amalthova III, is a smooth one. Am I free to leave? It's not my decision. Your status remains indefinite. Afraid I'll blab about it? It's not for me to be afraid about such things. My personal advice? Don't blab about it. But you know your rights. You can't be detained just because you think you might have seen a camouflaged gawker in the middle of nowhere. Ariane seemed to consider her next move before adding, Otherwise you'd see a lot more survey people bottled up in this cafe. Ariane was right about Doc. He had left his home in the misty campus of Stromness, a habitat in the predominantly Ivan part of the ring, consisting entirely of university, and was en route to Cradle. Along the way, he was spending a bit of time on the Great Chain. So when Cath too finally took the obvious step of getting in touch with him directly, he responded within a few minutes and told her where he could be found. At about the same time, the diode on Cath too's wristband turned green, informing her that she was free to leave. She went to the room she'd been sharing with Belid to find that he had already departed. She gathered up her sterilized possessions and went to the exit, where the robot that was the door inspected her wristband. Apparently it liked what it saw, because it unlocked itself and allowed her to pass through. At the same moment, the wristband sprang free and went dark. On her way out, she tossed it into a bin. Half an hour's floating along the eye passageways took her to the on-ramp, where she piled onto a capsule along with 24 other visitors, strapped herself in, and was fired like a bullet down a gun barrel whose muzzle, at just the right moment, synced up with an arrival platform on the Great Chain. 1G of simulated gravity took effect as they were swept up into the rotation of the circular city. Attendants, stationed near the capsule's exit door, helped the new arrivals onto the platform and looked each one in the eye to make sure they were all right. People who weren't accustomed to sudden shifts in gravity were apt to suffer from dizzy spells, or worse. Most of the attendants were Kamites. This was a considered choice, ratified by many centuries of practice. Even the most hot-blooded Dynan would be willing to admit to one of these unassuming people that he was feeling woozy. The elaborate Dynan code of chivalry obliged them to show special politeness to Kamites, whom they identified as weak and childlike. Cath too walked with only minor unsteadiness toward the top of a moving stairway that would take her down to the mass transit level. The ceiling above was high and arched, like a grand old Earth train station, and its nickel-iron fretworks were a-twitter with birds, a whole society of them going about its internecine trends and controversies while keeping an eye on the human traffic below. Specialized Psywise, wrapped around the struts and girders like pythons around tree branches, moved along at a rate too gradual for the birds to notice, cleaning off their shit. The birds were all the same species, called the grizzled crow, a small corvid, half of whose feathers were devoid of pigment, giving it a salt and pepper appearance. This feature had been added by its designers simply as a visual flag, so that they could be easily distinguished from rootstock crows. They moved in wheeling gray cyclones through the vaulted space overhead, but they were also comfortable shooting up and down the angled shafts that connected it to the transit level below. As Cath too walked along the platform, a single one of those birds peeled away from a spiraling and squawking murder and dove toward her. As it hied in closer, she became more and more certain that it was homing in on her face. It pulled up, just short of colliding with her, and, lacking a place to perch, hovered before her in ungainly style, treading air and slipping backward to match her pace. "The grove in the temperate rainforest," it said, or as near as a crow could come to pronouncing those words, and then beat the air and took off, rising toward the rafters, but then banking hard down the slanted tube that would take it back into the transit. Nor was it the only grizzled crow that was completing such an errand. Similar encounters were happening all around her. Perhaps a score of the birds were perched on the safety railing that surrounded the entrance to the moving stair, muttering things that they had heard from humans. One of them, who perhaps had listened to a couple making love, was producing a crow's approximation of an orgasmic moan. 3 of them were singing a popular song in unison. One was barking like a dog. A few were trying to cadge food from people who were carrying snacks. One of them just kept repeating, "Meet me at the train station at dot 16. Another, "I'll be wearing a red scarf." At the bottom of the moving stair, the crows were flying in and out of the snug little rookeries that had been built for them at the ends of the tube cars, so that they wouldn't foul the seats. 10 minutes on one of those cars took Cath 2 to Aldebrandy Gardens. This was a series of 6 consecutive blocks that had been constructed as botanical preserves. Each consisted of a rectangular slab of ecosystem covered by a lofty arched glass roof under which simulated Earth landforms had been built. The temperature and humidity of each had been tuned to simulate a different part of old Earth. Plants and other organisms, sequenced from digital records, had been cultivated here, and supplemented later with birds, insects, and small animals. Creatures fostered and studied here had later been disseminated to factories in other parts of the ring, where they'd been propagated in vast numbers and used to seed new Earth. Starting at the hot end, Cath 2 walked through a Southeast Asian jungle, so humid that moisture condensed on her face before she could even begin to perspire. No sky was visible beneath its triple canopy, but when she stepped through the next airlock into Chihuahuan Desert, she was treated to a direct view up through its ceiling into space and blasted with sunlight bounced in by a robotic mirror mounted outside. Hanging up there in the center of the great chain was a little habitat called Surtsey. For during Cath 2's stay in quarantine, the eye had moved on from Akureyri, past the even larger habitat of Sean Probst at 20 degrees west, and was now entering a sort of boundary zone on the edge of the Cape Verde boneyard. She knew nothing of Surtsey, but it looked like a placeholder habitat, a sort of construction shed that would be used as the basis for something planned a minute or 2 west of here. Her skin and hair dried out instantly under the sun, and by the time she reached the end of the block, she almost wished she'd stayed below in the tunnels, where she needn't have worried about cactus spines and rattlesnakes. The next ecosystem was Feinboss, the characteristic environment of the Cape of Good Hope, cooler but no less sunny, a riot of scrappy flowering plants, a favorite of picnickers and bird watchers from elsewhere in the great chain. It was a little too crowded for her taste, and so she marched straight down its length, trying not to be distracted by its many small charms, and entered the next block. This was almost more aquarium than terrarium, being a simulation of old Earth Louisiana bayou, a plank walkway snaked among its moss-covered trees, carrying her over teeming reptile-infested waters to the airlock at its far end, where she stopped to pull a jacket out of her knapsack and don a pair of gloves. 800-year-old Douglas firs filled the next block from end to end. This one had been engineered to simulate the temperate rainforest of pre-zero British Columbia, so its roof had been equipped with filters that damped the sun down to a steady silver glow that seemed to come from all directions. The lack of shadows made it seem brighter in its way than the unobstructed sunlight in the Chihuahuan biome. Ferns, moss, and epiphytes grew on fallen logs so thickly that they seemed to have been sprayed from a hose. A skein of faint paths ran through it. Cath 2 followed one of them to the Coupole Grove, a relatively open space near the center ringed by particularly enormous trees, where she found Doc, 4 of his students, his aide, and his robot sitting on moss-covered rocks and logs. Doctor Hu Noah and most of his students were Ivan. In Doc's case, it was difficult to tell, since extreme old age tended to obscure racial differences. He'd lost his hair long ago, and his skin was blotchy from years spent down on the surface doing research in unfiltered sunlight. Limp skin dangled from his sharp cheekbones like wet laundry from the edge of a rock, and eventually joined into a system of wattles mostly concealed by a scarf wrapped round his neck. That, and other touches meant to keep him comfortable, had been seen to by his nurse, a stocky Camite wearing a knapsack full of medical supplies. Curled at Doc's feet like a sleeping dog was a grab with a display panel in its back showing live readouts of his vital signs, which it was monitoring through a bundle of wireless connections. A pole projected vertically from its back to about the level of Doc's waist, where it forked to a pair of handlebars. It was a smart cane. When he grabbed the handlebars, it would help him stand up. It would then steady his locomotion even on the roughest terrain, adding its 6 legs to his 2. Doc's students ranged in age from 20 to 70. Cath, too, had never met any of them before. There was nothing unusual in that. The terraform was the largest project ever undertaken by the human race, and 99% of it still lay in the future. She recognized the oldest one's face from pictures in scientific journals. She felt awkward. Walking into the clearing and making herself known to these people had required a kind of courage. There was a class system within Terraform. Doc was at its apex. Survey personnel were not so much at its bottom as on its wild fringes, not so much looked down upon as looked at askance, seen as not entirely serious. But they were polite. All except Doc greeted her with the Ivan variant of the salute, an understated gesture that incorporated a suggestion of a bow. Doc held both of his hands out so that she could take them carefully in hers. He squeezed with surprising strength, and she squeezed back. Then suddenly they were alone. Whether by prearrangement or because the other Ivans had sensed something, they all withdrew. Even the nurse stepped away and contented herself with a stroll around the clearing, holding her hand up from time to time to check Doc's readouts on a palm-sized device. "You're coming to cradle with me," he announced. "There is need of a team." "A new research project?" she asked. Doc's eyes closed for a moment in disagreement, then sprang open, gazing at her directly. "A 7, he corrected himself. And I'm to be one of us, yes." Doc said this as if it were obvious, but it wasn't, not to Cath, too. A 7, a group consisting of 1 person from each race, was usually assembled for some ceremonial purpose, like dedicating a new habitat or signing a treaty. Not Cath 2's thing at all. And even if it had been, she was confused by the suggestion that she was to be in the same 7 as Doc. Because usually, when a 7 was being assembled, some effort was made to have all the members be of like status. And this was decidedly not the case between her and Doc. The gap in age, fame, and eminence was almost too wide to measure. What could possibly make Cath 2 special enough to deserve such an honor? Her confusion lasted only for a few moments before she saw it. So obvious. It was something to do with what she had seen on the surface. She saw faint amusement around Doc's eyes as he watched her figuring it all out. This turned to a mildly apprehensive look as he perceived that Cath 2 was getting ready to blurt something, and that alone caused her to stifle it. She said nothing. They would talk of it only when Doc felt it was time. "You've never been to Cradle before," he said. "That's correct." "Well, it should be like a new kind of adventure for you then." "I'll try not to look like a tourist." "Look like whatever you please," he said. "We'll be too busy to worry much about such things." "When do we—" 12 hours, give or take," he said, and looked over to the Camite. Is that about right, Memmy? Memmy nodded. Cabins have been booked on the elevator departing at 22:30. Kath, too, hadn't met Memmy before, but had heard about this person of indeterminate gender who kept Doc alive and looked after many of his affairs. Memmy was short for Remembrance, a common Camite name. At the moment, Memmy seemed to be presenting as female, with a sarong-like wrap around the waist of a coverall that was otherwise utilitarian in the extreme, appearing to consist entirely of cargo pockets. Some neck jewelry and a turban-like head covering completed the ensemble. Her use of the passive voice, "Cabins have been booked," was racially typical. Memmy, of course, had done the booking, made the other arrangements, and looked after the significant fund transfers needed to book a number of elevator cabins on short notice. But getting her to say that this had been her doing would have been like extracting teeth from her jaw. Some saw it as a becoming habit of humility, others saw it as irritatingly passive-aggressive. Kath, too, had no opinion. She had a few free hours on the great chain and needed to make the most of them. "See you there," she said. "I shall look forward to it," Doc answered. Kath, too, descended to the transit level at the end of the block and took the tube around the ring to a district of mid-rise blocks, full of stores, markets, coupoles, restaurants, and theaters, and spent the day drifting around, looking at things, buying little except for small items of clothing and toiletries she imagined she might need on the next leg of her journey. Square meter for square meter, this was the finest shopping district in the human universe, drawing its stock from every habitat visited by the eye, attracting the sophisticated and well-heeled natives of the great chain, as well as tourists from whichever habitats were currently in reach. She was feeling a kind of vague ambient pressure, enhanced, no doubt, by the advertising that walled her in on all sides, to buy clothes or try on jewelry or get a hairstyle that would make her fit in better on Cradle. That was a place for people more important than Kath, too. Brisk, poised paragons in uniforms or smart outfits, speed-walking down corridors in murmuring clusters, exchanging glances across lobbies. Kath 1 had been more susceptible to those kinds of social influences and would have been emptying her bank account at this moment, trying to silence the little voice in her head telling her she wasn't pretty or stylish enough. But Kath 1 had died at the age of 13 and been replaced by Kath 2, whose brain had a rather different set of emotional responses. It wasn't that she was unafraid. Everyone was afraid of something. Kath, too, was afraid that she would make the wrong choices and make a fool and a spectacle of herself if she tried to dress up to Cradle's standards. Better to lurk, observe, and merge, as she did when flying in a glider. On her way back down to the tube, she happened to pass by a bookstall where she picked up a paper copy of one of her favorite history books and downloaded a whole series of novels set on old Earth. The paper copy was an extravagance, something she would add to her little library the next time she made it to one of her caches. For, like a lot of young Moirans, Kath, too, didn't even try to establish a fixed home. With a home came a social circle, and perhaps a family, all of which was fine for the people of the other races. But until a Moiran took a set, such permanent arrangements were unwise, placing husband, children, co-workers, and friends at risk of waking up one day to find that their wife, mother, colleague, or pal had effectively died and been replaced by someone else. So rather than renting apartments, young Moirans opted for storage caches in places they were wont to visit. Sometimes it was a shelf in a friend's closet, sometimes a locker in a survey or military base, sometimes a commercial niche in a big city with a robot doorkeeper that would ID you. Abandoned caches were legion, their contents forever being sold at auction. Kath, too, was the sort of person whose caches were apt to be crammed with paper books. For her, the electronic books were an insurance policy of sorts. The 4-day elevator ride might be nothing more than a prelude to further journeys, some of which might take her to places with little to no bandwidth, and nothing was worse than getting stuck in a situation like that, with nothing to read. Elsewhere on the great chain was a block-long historical museum, stacked by era, with one floor for each millennium, beginning with the pre-zero world on the ground floor and proceeding upward. Of course, very few physical artifacts remained from pre-zero, so that floor consisted mostly of pictures and reconstructed environments. But the Archies had been allowed to bring a few possessions into space with them, and some of those had survived the epoch and the ensuing 5,000 years. So it was possible to look at actual smartphones and tablets and laptops that had been manufactured on old Earth. They did not work anymore, but their technical capabilities were described on little placards, and they were impressive compared to what Cath II and the other modern people carried around in their pockets. This ran contrary to most people's intuition, since in other areas the achievement of the modern world, the habitat ring, the eye, and all the rest, were so vastly greater than what the people of old Earth had ever accomplished. It boiled down to a mystics. In the decades before zero, the old Earthers had focused their intelligence on the small and the soft, not the big and the hard, and built a civilization that was puny and crumbling where physical infrastructure was concerned, but astonishingly sophisticated when it came to networked communications and software. The density with which they'd been able to pack transistors onto chips still had not been matched by any fabrication plant now in existence. Their devices could hold more data than anything you could buy today. Their ability to communicate through all sorts of wireless schemes was only now being matched, and that only in densely populated, affluent places like the Great Chain. There was no telling, of course, what was going on in the red zone between the turnpikes. Signals intelligence shining out into space from their part of the habitat ring suggested that the Aedans were at least as advanced in their use of mobile communications as people here. Because they were also quite good at encryption, there was no way of telling what they were saying to one another. But Blue, for its part, had made a conscious decision not to repeat what was known as Tav's mistake. It was unfair, of course, for billions of people to focus blame on one representative of his culture who had died in a bad way 5,000 years ago. The epic, however, tended to have this effect on people's thinking. In the same way that certain people of old Earth, raised on the Bible, would have referred to masturbation as the sin of Onan, those of the modern world tended to classify personal virtues and failings in terms of well-known historical figures from the era of the Cloud Ark, the Big Ride, and the first generations on Cleft. Fair or not, Tavistock Prowse would forever be saddled with blame for having allowed his use of high-frequency social media tools to get the better of his higher faculties. The actions that he had taken at the beginning of the White Sky, when he had fired off a scathing blog post about the loss of the Human Genetic Archive and his highly critical and alarmist coverage of the Emir expedition, had been analyzed to death by subsequent historians. Tav had not realized, or perhaps hadn't considered the implications of the fact that while writing those blog posts he was being watched and recorded from 3 different camera angles. This had later made it possible for historians to graph his blink rate, track the wanderings of his eyes around the screen of his laptop, look over his shoulder at the windows that had been open on his screen while he was blogging, and draw up pie charts showing how he had divided his time between playing games, texting friends, browsing Facebook, watching pornography, eating, drinking, and actually writing his blog. The statistics tended not to paint a very flattering picture. The fact that the blog posts in question had, according to further such analyses, played a seminal role in the break and the departure of the swarm only focused more obloquy upon the poor man. Anyone who bothered to learn the history of the developed world in the years just before zero understood perfectly well that Tavistock Prowse had been squarely in the middle of the normal range, as far as his social media habits and attention span had been concerned. But nevertheless, Blues called it Tav's mistake. They didn't want to make it again. Any efforts made by modern consumer goods manufacturers to produce the kind of devices and apps that had disordered the brain of Tav were met with the same instinctive pushback as Victorian clergy might have directed against the inventor of a masturbation machine. To the extent that Blues engineers could build electronics of comparable sophistication to those that Tav had used, they tended to put them into devices such as robots. Clef's initial population had been 8 humans and hundreds of robots, thousands if gnats were counted as individuals. Both numbers had expanded since then. Only in the last century had the human population pulled even with that of non-gnat robots. The end result for a young woman in a bookstall above a tube station on the Great Chain was that she was dwelling in habitats and being moved around by machines far beyond the capabilities of old Earth. She was being served and looked after by robots that were smarter and more robust than their ancestors, the grabs and so on that Eve Dinah had programmed on Izzy. And yet the information storage capacity of her tablet and its ability to connect were still limited enough that it made sense for her to download books over a cable while that was easy, and to make room for them in the tablet's storage chips by deleting things she had already read. That sorted, she rode transit to the off-ramp, where she climbed into a capsule facing backward and felt deceleration push her back into her couch as it was flung off the Great Chain into a tube lined with electromagnetic decelerators. Back now in the zero-G environment of the eye's non-rotating frame, she began to navigate its internal companionways, pushing herself along lighted tubes marked with the icon of Cradle, a pair of mountains enclosed within a semicircular dome. This led her, within a few minutes, to a transit station where she and 2 random strangers climbed into a 4-person bubble that presently went into motion and began to whoosh at greater and greater speed down a long and perfectly straight tube. They were traveling from the rim of the great eye's iris out to its inner vertex, the one closest to Earth, a distance of some 80 kilometers, and so hand-over-handing their way down a shaft wasn't an option. Kath, too, who had been awake now for something like 16 hours, felt herself dozing off. She jerked awake near the end of the trip, convinced that she had heard her name being spoken. The pod had a video screen on its front bulkhead, and one of the other passengers, to pass the time, had begun playing back a segment of the epic that must have taken place around 20 years after Zero. This could be guessed from the visible signs of aging on the faces of the surviving Eves, and from the fact that the first generation of their offspring were adolescents. This segment of the epic told the story of how a personal rift between Eve Dinah and Eve Tekla had been mediated and settled by some of the youngsters, led by Catherine Dinova. It was frequently pointed to as one of the first moments when the children of the Eves had begun to think and take action for themselves. Lines of dialogue from it were quoted frequently in modern-day discussions. Kath, too, wondered, as she always did, whether the people of the epic would have said and done some of what they had they known that 5,000 years later, billions of people would be watching them on video screens, citing them as examples, and quoting them from memory. Over the first few decades on Cleft, the cameras had died one by one. Depending on how you felt about ubiquitous surveillance, the result had either been a new dark age and an incalculable loss to history, or a liberation from digital tyranny. Either way, it signaled the end of the epic, the painstakingly recorded account of everything that the people of the Cloud Ark had done from Zero onward. After that, it had all been oral history for about 1,000 years, since there had been no paper to write on, and no ink to write on it with. Memory devices were scarce and jury-rigged. Every single chip had been used for critical functions, such as robots and life support. A tone sounded, warning the passengers of deceleration, and the pod eased to a stop in the terminal. Even after it had come to rest, however, they experienced a mild sense of gravity. It was too faint to be perceived other than as an annoying tendency for objects not otherwise constrained to drift downward, where down in this part of the eye meant toward the earth. To prevent that drift from getting out of hand, some floors of lightweight decking had been constructed. But the gravity was still so faint that you could fly around by pushing off against anything solid. Kath, too, collected her bag, strapped it to her back, and glided out into the terminal. The other travelers from her pod seemed to know where they were going, and so she followed them down through staggered gaps in those decks. This part of the eye was bare bones, in an almost literal sense. It was where the massive structural limbs that held the whole thing together converged to a sharp point, aimed forever at Earth. The metal was honeycombed with tunnels and cavities engineered for various purposes. The carbon cables that held Cradle suspended above Earth's atmosphere, some 36,000 kilometers below, diverged here and ran taut through long sheltered passageways all the way to the other end of the eye, where they came together again and emerged to connect with the big rock beyond. The passageways and chambers used by humans were tiny by comparison. Set into the very point of the eye was a glass dome, half a dozen meters in diameter. From it, you could look straight down the bore of the tether, which was actually a tubular array of 16 smaller tendons, and see the Earth. From this distance, the planet looked about as big as a person's face seen from across a small table. An old Earther, seeing it from here, might think at first that nothing had ever changed. It still had the same general look: blue oceans, white ice caps, green and brown continents partly obscured by swirling white vortices of weather. Those continents stood in roughly the same places as the old ones, for not even the hard rain could make much of a dent in a tectonic plate. But the landforms had been radically resculpted, with many inland seas and deep indentations in coastlines, created by large impacts. New island chains, frequently arc-shaped, had been created by ejecta and by volcanic activity. The eye was always above the equator. Currently it hovered over a spot about halfway between Africa and South America, whose coasts echoed each other's shape in a way that made their tectonic history obvious even to non-scientists. The low-lying terrain along both coastlines had huge bites taken out of it, frequently with rocky islands jutting out in the centers of the bites, central peaks of big impact craters. Archipelagos reached out into the Atlantic, but trailed off well short of joining the two continents. The geography of New Earth, though beautiful to look at, made little impression on Kath too, since she had been studying it her whole life and had spent years tromping around on it. For now, her attention was captured by the giant machines in which the view was framed. Surrounding her, and just visible in her peripheral vision, was another of those ubiquitous tori, spinning around to provide simulated gravity for the staff who lived here with their families, looking after the tether and the elevator terminal. Inward of that were the 16 orifices where the tether's primary cables were routed into the frame of the eye. Each of those cables, though it looked solid from a distance, was actually made of 16 more cables, and so on and so forth, down to a few fractal iterations. All of these ran parallel between the eye and cradle. Webbing them together was a network of smaller diagonal tendons, arranged so that if one cable broke, neighboring ones would take the force until a robot could be sent out to repair it. Cables broke all the time, because they'd been hit by bolides, or simply because they had aged out, and so if you squinted your eyes and looked closely enough at the tether, you could see that it was alive with robots. Some of these were the size of buildings and clambered up and down the largest cables simply to act as motherships for swarms of smaller robots that would actually effect the repairs. This had been going on, to a greater or lesser extent, for many centuries. The end of the cable had beanstalked downward from the eye, while the other had grown in the opposite direction, reaching out away from the habitat ring and from Earth, acting as a counterbalance. Cradle was much too small to be picked out at this distance. Even if it had been large enough to see, her view of it would have been blocked by the elevator, which was on its final approach, and expected to reach the terminal in about half an hour. It had a general resemblance to an old Earth wagon wheel, with 16 spokes reaching inward from its rim to a hotel-sized spherical hub where the people were. Watching it approach produced the mildly alarming illusion that it was going to come crashing through the dome. In that case, 2 domes would have been destroyed in the collision, since the hub was capped by a dome similar to this one, where passengers could relax on couches and gaze up at the view of the approaching eye and the habitat rings spreading out to either side of it. But of course it slowed down and stopped short of contact. Through the glass, now just a stone's throw away, she could see the new arrivals unbuckling their seatbelts, gathering their things, and floating toward the exits. Most of them were wearing military uniforms, or else the dark, well-designed clothing that she associated with commerçants and politicos. Not really her crowd. But Doc had invited her, which was all the credentials anyone really needed. Through the flimsy internal partitions, she could hear several dozen arrivals making their way to quarantine. These were eventually bound either for the Great Chain or the much smaller tourists that encircled this end of the tether. Through the dome, she could see housekeeping robots and a few human staff making their sweep through the hub's lounge. After a few minutes, a green light came on above a door, and she joined a flow of a dozen departing passengers. Within minutes, she was ensconced in a small private cabin in the elevator's hub, where she would spend the 4-day journey to the tether's opposite terminus. A chime warned her when the elevator began to accelerate downward, but it moved at a speed that was extremely modest by the normal standards of space travel, so she felt no need to strap in. She climbed into her bed and slept. The elevator was a hollow cylinder 10 stories high, with a glass dome at each end, one aimed up at the eye and the other aimed down at Earth. The floors beneath those domes were made of glass, so that the light shone through from end to end. The outer walls were windowless and heavily shielded against cosmic radiation, but on the inside, the cabins and lounges had windows onto the atrium. Or at least the more expensive cabins did. Cath 2's was at the periphery, hard up against the outer wall, with no windows other than a tiny porthole onto a ring-shaped corridor. Which was fine with her. At the beginning of the journey they were in near weightlessness, but as the days went on, gravity would increase, reaching 1 normal G at cradle. She could tell when she woke up that she had not slept for long, since gravity was still quite faint, perhaps comparable to what had once existed on the moon. She wandered up and down the atrium, looking for a place where she could sit and read her book. Several bars and restaurants fronted on it, but these were not places for Cath 2, as she could tell just from the look of the people and the prices quoted on the menus. Comfy-looking chairs and couches were distributed around the glass floor of the atrium, and a coffee bar stood along one edge, so she ended up there. After an hour or so, Beled Tomov turned up and sat in her general vicinity, but made no move to interrupt her reading. When she came to a good stopping place, she looked up and happened to notice Ariane Casablancova sitting on the opposite side of the atrium, working on a tablet. So they had 5 of the 7, Doc, Memi, Ariane, Beled, and Cath 2. The only 2 missing were the Dynan and, somewhat more problematically, the Aiden. Cath 2 and Beled ran into Doc and Memi later when they wordlessly agreed to go to the least expensive of the eateries and get some food. Somewhat uncharacteristically, Doc was not surrounded by students, scholars, and terraform bigwigs. He was just sitting at one end of the room, carefully eating soup. Memi was at his elbow, reaching in frequently to tuck his napkin back into his collar. Neither of them reacted when Cath 2 and Beled took seats at the same table, but after a few minutes, Doc said, "Lieutenant Tomov, it is good to see you again. Greetings." And the 2 of them exchanged salutes in their respective racial styles. Lieutenant, obviously, was a military and not a survey rank, and so this confirmed the unsurprising fact that Beled's relationship to survey was, at best, ambiguous. Much more interesting was the fact that he and Doc had already met. "I hope that this assignment will not prove an inconvenience," Doc continued. "All duty is inconvenient to a greater or lesser degree, or it would not be duty." "I was thinking more of the advancement of your career, Lieutenant. In your future dossier, this will stand out as a highly anomalous episode. Depending on who is reading that dossier, it might help or hurt you." "I don't concern myself with such matters," Beled returned. "Some would call that unwise, but I tend not to favor the company of such. You, on the other hand, will do nicely." "May I ask why I was so honored?" Doc's eyes moved briefly to Cath 2. Kath here will be worried that it's because she shared an indiscretion with you, drew you into it. Or perhaps she is a little bit exasperated with you for having passed it on in your report." Kath, too, shook her head no, but did not wish to interrupt Doc. Belid, however, seemed to take it in. Doc continued. "None of that really counted. You are a known quantity now, not only to me, but also to Kath, too, and to Ariane, which is somewhat useful. But even without all of that, you would have been a fine choice. Not everything must be for a reason. Never mind what our Julian friends say." He had noticed Ariane Casablancova approaching them, somewhat tentatively, with a tray of food. He made an almost subliminal gesture with his eyes toward Memi, who stood up and fetched an extra chair from an adjoining table. Ariane joined them. Kath, too, felt vaguely uncomfortable. A day earlier this woman had held and wielded power over her, had known things about her that would normally have been private matters. What was she to Kath, too, now? Presumably an equal member of the Seven. Ariane had, of course, worked this all out ahead of time and prepared for it. "Kath, too, and Belid," she said. "Our first meetings were in a formal bureaucratic setting that now leads to some awkward feelings. I look forward to reacquainting myself with both of you as a colleague." "Noted," said Belid. "Thank you," said Kath, too. But if anything, she felt even more awkward now. Ariane's little speech had not been delivered warmly, more like she was ticking her way down a checklist. In that vein, she now turned her searchlight eyes toward the other two. "Doctor Who? Remembrance?" "Doc," Doc said. "And Memi." "It is good to make your acquaintances in person." These formal and somewhat chilly conversational gambits led nowhere, and so after an awkward silence, Ariane tucked into her meal. "Doc," Kath, too, said, "may we know what the hell we are doing? What is this 7 for?" "It looks like a 5 to me," Doc said puckishly, somewhat breaking the tension. For Memi, Ariane, and Belid had all aimed sharp looks at Kath, too, startled by the informal way in which she had just spoken to her old professor. Doc, who clearly didn't care, continued, "When we are 7, which will be in a few days, on Cradle, then I will explain it once to everyone, at the same time." "Fair enough," Kath, too, said. "What should we be doing in the meantime?" "All of the things you will look back on fondly later, when you have not been able to do them for a long time." It was a lovely thought. Kath, too, tried to be duly appreciative of the generous sentiment behind it during the remainder of the journey. But nothing of the sort really happened. She read more than she had intended to of the books she had acquired on the great chain. At meals and in the recreation center, she placed herself in Belid's eye line, just in case he was in the mood. But things were different now. Their time together in the queue had been an ideal setup for a relationship of a casual and temporary nature. It had never gone beyond sleeping in the same bed, but it might have. The knowledge that they would probably never see each other again had made it easy to shack up for a couple of nights and enjoy each other's company in a way that would have posed too many complications had they been working together. Now they were working together. Belid had wisely pulled back. She understood, and considered a certain amount of sexual frustration an acceptable price to pay for being prudent. She had 2 meals with Ariane, and in her spare time she made desultory attempts to learn more about the Julian from network searches. Kath, too, assumed that all such search activity was being monitored and logged by someone, possibly someone who was in touch with Ariane through whatever agency Ariane worked for. As time went by, Kath, too, was less and less certain that that was actually quarantine. Or perhaps another way of saying it was that quarantine's public face, the people who talked to you when you were traveling between space habitats, was only one avatar of something that had to be much bigger and more complicated. In the same way that survey and military were different things, and yet drawing a sharp line between them could be difficult, So it was with police and quarantine. And once you broadened the scope to include police, you were talking about other things besides routine law and order work. At some level, intelligence and counterintelligence were under that umbrella. Cath, too, had no way of guessing where Ariane fit into that system. Searching the network too avidly for personal details about Ariane Casablancova would have been noticed, and would have been a bad idea. Not searching at all would almost have been more suspicious. So Cath, too, searched a little, and found less. Low-level Q officers might be mentioned on the network from time to time, as the result of a police report or public relations initiative, but there was nothing of the sort for Ariane, assuming that this was even her real name. A compulsion for privacy was hardly unusual for a Julian living and working in blue. The Julian part of the ring, centered on the Tokomaru habitat, was the least populous of the 8 segments. 95% of it lay on the red side of the turnpike. Only a tiny sprinkling of habitats projected east of Kiribati into the blue zone, and in those the Julians had been diluted by the more numerous and aggressive Techlans, whose segment lay just on the far side of the Hawaii boneyard. Thus the Julians had maintained enough of a presence in blue that they could live and work in it without being seen as aliens or immigrants. Many of them were duhos, playing approximately the same role in modern society as priests had done pre-Zero. The destruction of old Earth and the reduction of the human population to 8 had done for the idea that there was a God, at least in any sense remotely similar to how most pre-Zero believers had conceived of him. Thousands of years had passed before anyone, even in the most remote outposts of human settlement, had dared to suggest that religion, in anything like its traditional sense, might be or ought to be revived. In its place, a new set of thoughtways had grown up under the general heading of duch, a Russian word referring to the human spirit. Duch-based institutions had developed under the general term of kupol, a word that harked back to the glass bubble that had served as a kind of interfaith chapel and meditation room on endurance. Modern-day kupols all traced their origins back to that structure, which Dubois Harris had called the woo-woo pod. When people nowadays watch scenes from the epic that took place in it, they were in the backs of their minds thinking of their local kupols and the people who staffed them. A professional member of a kupol's staff was generally called a duho, a truncation of the Russian word dukhobor, meaning one who wrestled with spiritual matters. Kupols, like churches of old, were supported by contributions from their members. Some, as on the great chain, were richly endowed, magnificent buildings. Others, like the one in the queue, were just quiet rooms where people could go to think or to seek help from what amounted to social workers. Dukhos tended to trace their lineage back to Louisa, who had played a similar role during the epic, and some of the better educated ones drew explicit connections between their kupols and the Ethical Culture Society, where Louisa had gone to school in New York. But Louisa, of course, had not produced a race. The duho profession had ended up being dominated by Julians. The Julian habitat of Astrakhan, which hovered anomalously in the middle of the dine-in segment, had become a sort of hothouse for the production of duhos of various denominations. Cath, too, was able to establish that Ariane had originated from there, but little else. It was fine. There were ample reasons for Ariane to keep to herself and lead a quiet life. Most of the giant nickel-iron moon core fragment named Cleft had been melted down and reshaped into what was now the Eye. The engineers had not been able to bring themselves, however, to destroy the part of it immediately surrounding the place where Endurance had come to rest at the end of the big ride, and where the bodies of Doob, Zeke Peterson, and other heroes of the epic had been interred directly into iron catacombs. That patch of the asteroid, the deep, shielded declivity where the first several generations of the new human races had lived out their entire lives, had come to be known as Cradle. Everyone had, of course, seen the chapter from the epic where Doob had gone out on his last spacewalk with Eve Dinah, looked up at the walls of iron rising from the valley floor, and foreseen that one day a ceiling of glass would be built over the top, turning the Vale of the Eves into a huge greenhouse where children would be able to float about unencumbered by spacesuits, eating fresh greens from terraced gardens. It was probably the biggest tearjerker in the whole epic, and a perennial favorite. All of Doob's predictions had, of course, come true. Cradle had ended up supporting a population of several thousand until later generations had been obliged to push outward. Cradle's main defect had been a lack of simulated gravity, which had obliged those early generations to construct what amounted to glorified merry-go-rounds on which children could take turns being centrifuged in order to foster bone growth. Subsequent habitats, spinning torii mounted to the walls of the cleft, had actually been more crowded and confined than Izzy itself, and many generations had lived cramped lives in them with only occasional opportunities for R&R in Cradle's sunny open volumes. In time, they had learned to make bigger and better habitats, and Cradle had been abandoned for many centuries, an occasional destination for historians or curiosity seekers. The construction of the Eye had, in effect, cut Cradle and its immediate surroundings loose from Cleft, and it had drifted in a boneyard for a while until the decision had been made to give it a new purpose. The original greenhouse, which was a wreck by that point, had been replaced by a new, bigger, retractable cover. The underside had been planed flat. The canyon walls had been terraced back, making them less steep, and not incidentally creating valuable, buildable real estate. A nickel-iron yoke had been arched over the whole thing so that it could be attached to the bottom end of the 36,000-kilometer tether that dangled from the Eye. The icon in the transit station, 2 hills enclosed by a bubble, was a simplified depiction of what Cradle actually looked like. Its total inhabitable footprint was a circular zone about 2,000 meters in diameter, which put it on about the same scale as downtown Boston or the City of London. This was cleaved by the Vale of the Eaves, whose walls had once been nearly vertical. Now this was true only of the bottommost 10 meters or so, a slot that snaked through the bottom of the town like a gully. It became a rust-brown river when there was heavy rain, and so they had maintained an island in the middle of the stream, exactly on the site where Endurance had touched down. Once, it had been possible to go there and touch the little nubs of steel where Eve Dinah had welded the ship into place. These, however, had since been protected under glass domes so that they would not rust or get worn away by tourists' fingers. The ship itself was long gone, of course. The survivors had begun dismantling it almost as soon as they had arrived, and what little they hadn't used was radioactive waste, long since shipped away to carefully tended locations in boneyards. It was therefore a city constructed on 2 dizzyingly steep hills that faced each other across a crevasse. A kilometer-long bridge, celebrated for its grace, arched across the gulf between the hills, a plunging wedge of air flocculent with grizzled crows. It was a city of compounds. Some of these dated back to the early days of its construction, when the bubble had not yet been completed, and there had been a need to make smaller inflatable domes over certain areas. Others had been built in imitation of those first ones. Neither the compounds, which for structural reasons tended to be circular, nor the overall topography lent themselves to a grid street pattern. Consequently, the map was a chaos of switchbacks and meanders and streets that turned suddenly into stairways or tunnels. Limitations on building height led people to dig down into the underlying metal, rather than building upward, and so most of the city's square footage was hidden. The buildings were like icebergs, larger below than above. Above grade, stone was a popular building material. Older and less prestigious buildings used the synthetic rock known as moonstone, made from pieces of Earth's former satellite. Newer and nicer buildings were made from marble, granite, or other rock quarried from the surface of the Earth itself. For the one resource that was the shattered surface of Earth had been able to produce in abundance, and even before it had been an atmosphere, had been rocks. The city thus presented a hard face to pedestrians in its narrow streets. Those granted access to compounds would, however, find themselves in fragrant gardens under the shade of trees. Since Cradle was confined to the equator, green things grew there so luxuriantly that they had to be kept in check by hordes of little grabs with pruning bill hands. Atop each of the hills was a park. Rising above one of those parks was a roundish domed building called the Capitol. Rising above the other was a squarish pillared colonnade called the Change, short for the Exchange. At the time Cath II and the other passengers arrived, Cradle was dangling 2,000 meters above the waters of the Atlantic Ocean, being dragged due west toward where the equator cut across the reshaped coastline of South America. This movement reflected the fact that 36,000 kilometers above it, the eye was traversing the habitat ring westward, or Casfon, clockwise as seen from over the North Pole. Being nothing more than a weight on the end of a long string, Cradle always followed the movements of the eye. The city's dome was open, with its baffles raised to reduce the wind blast. It was balmy and humid. This was almost always true on the equator, but altitude and the brisk movement of the air made it pleasant enough. The smell of that air, redolent of salt and iodine and marine life, was proof irrefutable that Cath II was back in the atmosphere of New Earth. It was an artificial atmosphere. The human races had bombarded the parched and dead surface of the planet with comet cores for hundreds of years just to bring the sea level up to where they wanted it. Then they had infected that water with organisms genetically engineered to produce the balance of gases needed to support life, and, having done that, to commit suicide, so that their biomass could be used as nutrients for the next wave of atmosphere-building creatures. According to their measurements, the result was a nearly perfect reproduction of old Earth's atmosphere. No one who breathed it after a lifetime spent in habitats needed scientific data to back that up. Its smell penetrated to some ancient part of the brain, triggering instincts that must go all the way back to hominid ancestors living on the shores of Africa millions of years ago. As she knew from having traveled to Earth many times, it was a kind of intoxicant. It was the best drug in the universe. It made people want to be on Earth more than anything. It was the reason that Cradle, which was bathed in that air, being dragged through it all the time on the end of its 36,000-kilometer string, was the most exclusive community in existence. And it was the reason that Red and Blue had twice gone to war over the right to live on the surface. Cradle was hung from the end of the tether by a sort of bucket handle that arched high above the middle of the city. The bucket handle was hollow, accommodating a surprisingly ramshackle elevator system that took Cath II and some other passengers down to a platform embedded in the city's bedrock, or bed metal, along its northern limb. From there, a ramp took them up into the streets of the city itself. The tops of the walls all around the exit were white with crow shit. Hundreds of birds were perched where they could view the faces of those emerging into the light and swoop down to deliver messages to ones they had recognized. Other new arrivals stretched their hands out to offer little snacks. A well-dressed Ivan man, bustling along ahead of Cath II, quickly attracted a grizzled crow by that strategy. With his other hand, he held out a little tablet that, as Cath II knew, must be showing someone's photograph. "Coffee at the Change, .17, the man said. The crow gulped the snack down in a move that looked almost like vomiting in reverse, then flapped away, screaming the same words into the ether. Other grizzled crows, not hungry or not currently on errands, were keeping up a raucous murmur that, if you listened to it, might give you clues as to what was going on in the equities market or the political world. At first, the new arrivals moved together in a pack, visibly distinct from the ordinary foot traffic of the place, but within a few hundred meters, this had dispersed, and Cath II found herself alone, no different from anyone else. She knew the general layout from schoolbooks. She had arrived on the north side, Change Hill. Perhaps a native would have known as much just from the attire of the people, the way they walked. These were commerçants, working by day in subterranean offices, ascending to the surface for meals, recreation, and other means of enjoying their wealth. Commerce was, of course, spread all about the habitat ring, and the old centers of Greenwich, Rio, Baghdad et al. Had financial hubs that rivaled, and in some ways eclipsed Change Hill. But nothing could ever compete with this place for prestige. The wealthiest and most powerful financiers, the up-and-coming traders in places like Greenwich, no matter how well they were doing for themselves, were forever haunted by the thought that they might be missing something on Cradle. Because so much of that activity was taking place below the surface, the streetscape of Change Hill was deceptively quiet, a little like an old Spanish city during siesta. Soon lost, and resigned to the fact that doing so would make her look like a tourist, Kath, too, took the piece of paper out of her pocket and reminded herself of the address. She already knew it was on the south side, and that she would either have to cross the bridge, which was clearly visible, arcing high above the city, or descend all the way to the floor of the vale and cross the gully at its bottom. The latter tempted her, but she knew that she would want to spend a lot of time there, looking at the place where Endurance had touched down and where Eve Dinah had walked with Dubois Harris. That was best saved for later. So she climbed, winding her way through the streets, which were paved with a stone whose reddish-brown color hid the rust stains that streaked down from every exposed bit of bedmetal. She cut across the park beside the Change, where young traders in good clothes, out on snack breaks, were sitting on benches prodding their tablets, or sprawled in clusters on the grass laughing, or playing lawn sports with colored balls. The bridge's northern end met the park's edge. From far below, the bridge had looked slender and graceful, belying what she now understood was its real bulk. Here it broadened to form a massive connection with Change Hill. Even at its apogee, however, it was broad enough for 20 people to walk abreast. After turning around one last time to admire the marble columns of the Change and to hear the roar of voices within, she faced south and began to ascend. In the early going, the bridge was a stairway, but as the arch gradually flattened with height, it turned into a ramp, faced in white marble, broken with occasional landings. She had been informed that the real reason for these was to prevent wheeled objects from going fully out of control. If so, that purpose had been artfully concealed by turning them into little sculpture gardens where bridge climbers could pause for refreshment beneath rose-covered bowers. While not immune to such temptations, Kath, too, was at bottom a serious walker who did not like to stop once she had gotten going. She was thinking, reviewing in her mind the journey on the elevator, which had been largely uneventful. This, as she had gradually realized, was a part of its charm and of its exclusivity. It was possible to reach Cradle quickly, if you had enough money to charter, or authority to commandeer, the right vehicles. Most people use the elevator, though. Thus, Cradle was separated from the rest of the human world not so much by distance as by time. Spending that much time was a sort of luxury, afforded only to a few. Of course, passengers worked en route. This explained all of those expensive restaurants and bars around the atrium with their private meeting rooms. But Kath, too, hadn't had any real work to do. She had gone for long hours without talking to another human at all, and she had done a lot of reading and watching of entertainment on screens. She had slept normally, confirming that any epigenetic shift that might have gotten started last week had been aborted. All of this just made her want to reach the meeting place so that she could at least have an explanation from Doc, meet the missing Dynan and Aiden, and get started on whatever it was the Seven was supposed to be doing. She maintained a brisk pace to the top of the arch, but there permitted herself a few minutes' pause. At the apex, the walkway broadened into a scenic overlook affectionately known as Hurricane Heights. The wind was so powerful here that it made her eyes water. She turned her back to it and toddled carefully over to the eastern railing, on the lee side. She blinked her vision clear and allowed herself a few minutes gawking down into the compounds and the streets and the vale. The sun was setting behind her. Since they were on the equator, it would set quickly. The vale was already in shadow, but the stone walls of the compounds and the fronts of the buildings were emanating a magical pink-gold glow. Lights were coming in on windows along purple-shaded streets. It was a real place. Not like the artificial environments of the Habitat Ring. Some of the larger habitats came close to possessing this quality, the sense that you were in something close to a real planetary environment. But it was always dispelled as soon as you looked up and saw the opposite side of the habitat hanging a few kilometers above your head. Here you could look up and see endless sky, the stars coming out, the gleaming necklace of the habitat ring rising perpendicularly from the eastern horizon. The thing that made it real was the air, the sheer quantity of it, the endless variety of its movements and its smells. She wished she had a glider so that she could go dancing in it. According to a legend that was almost certainly incorrect, the overlook where Cath II was standing, the center of the bridge, was the location where Eve Dinah's demolition charge had exploded after she had made her choice and tossed it into space. The compromise that Dinah had forced by placing that bomb against the window of the banana had seemed elegant and straightforward for about as long as it had taken for the bomb to go off. In one sense, the gaming of the system had begun even before it was thought of, when Eve Julia had pointed out that she would have few babies, and Eve Aida had prophesied that she would have many. It had not taken long for the other Eves to make similar calculations. As Archies, picked in the casting of lots, Camilla and Aida were younger than the others, with 2 to 3 decades of fertility ahead of them. If they decided to become baby factories, and if they were lucky, each of them could conceivably bear as many as 20 children before menopause. Dinah, Ivy, Moira, and Tekla, all in their early 30s, might bear a few each. Roughly speaking, therefore, those 4 had as much combined childbearing power, if you wanted to think about it that way, as the younger pair of Camilla and Aida. Julia, as she had pointed out, would be lucky to bear 1 child before menopause. And she had not needed Doob to explain the exponential math. The Julians were going to be swamped. They were going to be mere curiosities. People in the distant future coming home from work would exclaim to their partners, "You'll never guess what I saw today, an honest-to-God Julian." Those were the mathematical rudiments of the new great game, and the roots of much of what had happened since then. The preponderance of later historical scholarship suggested that most of the Eves didn't know that they were playing a game until they were a few years into it. Aida, based on what she had said in her curse, might have been the exception to that rule. But decisions made about one's children were the most personal decisions that one could make, and no mother of sound mind would have admitted to herself, at the time, that she was playing a sort of game vis-à-vis the other mothers. In a way, it would have been simpler had they gone about it more cold-bloodedly. Consciously or not, the 7 Eves sorted themselves into 4, 2, and 1. The 4 were Dinah, Ivy, Tekla, and Moira. The 2 were Camilla and Aida. Arithmetic suggested that the descendants of the 4 would be about as numerous as those of the 2. Existing friendships and affinities already linked the 4 and created an unspoken compact, not articulated until they were long dead, to the effect that their children would embody complementary qualities. Dinah's, in a sense, did not have to be complete humans as long as Ivan's were around to do some of the things they weren't as good at. This was a blunt way of saying it, which was why it went unsaid for a long time. But hundreds of years later, the descendants of the 4 could look back and see that it had always been so. By that time, it was so deeply ingrained in their DNA and their cultures that there was no going back. The 2, by contrast, had no natural affinity with each other and no existing relationship. Camilla and Aida had not met until shortly before the Council of the 7 Eves. All that they shared, and it wasn't much to go on, was an aversion to Julia. Both of them had, at one point or another, fallen under Julia's spell only to be disappointed by her. In Camilla's case, the seduction had happened during a White House dinner. For her part, Aida had been talked by Julia into joining the swarm, only to end up leading the rebel faction that had deposed and mutilated her. Given the way that had all turned out, it was of course unlikely that Camilla, or anyone of sound mind, would consciously align herself with Aida. And yet the mathematics of the 4 and the 2 created a kind of gravity, invisibly drawing her that way. The breach that had opened between Camilla and Dinah during the Council of the Seveneves would not be forgotten. Considered more calmly, Camilla's words had a persuasive power that couldn't be denied. It simply was the case that their descendants would be living bottled up in confined spaces for many generations to come. As Louisa had demonstrated through her research, and as the people of the Cloud Ark had just finished proving in spectacular fashion, it wasn't a good way for normal, unaltered humans to live. If the survival of the human race depended on rewiring their brains to make them better at such a lifestyle, then perhaps they had best get on with it. In a way, that decision had been taken out of their hands by Camilla, who had made her choice clear and only needed to work out the details with Moira. She had, in effect, made the first clear move in the great genetic game. And contrary to her own stated principles, it was, in a way, the most aggressive move possible. She had let them know that her descendants, who were likely to be quite numerous, would get along just fine in the conditions they would all be facing for the first 10, 20, or 100 generations. The other 6 were left to follow her lead or to react against it. Dinah, Ivy, and Tekla, in essence, reacted against it, with Moira eventually making another choice. But the historical fact was that Moira's descendants had, more often than not, been part of the block of the 4. Aida had played the game more overtly. This had basically consisted of waiting the others out to see what they would do, and then making counter-moves. The other Eves decided early, and stuck with those decisions. All of Dinah's children, she ended up having 5 of them, were recognizably of a type. The same was true of Ivy's 3 and Tekla's 6. Julia only got to choose once. Camilla's 16 offspring varied from one to the next, as she tinkered with her decisions based on behaviors she was observing among her first children. But she had never wavered from the general template that she had laid out during the Council of the Seveneves. Aida's 7 children, however, were all different. Exactly what she was thinking was known only to Moira, the keeper of secrets, the mother of races. For the other Eves told Moira what they wanted in confidence, and she took those confidences to her grave. But it was plain enough, and in any event it became the accepted version of history, that the first 5 children of Aida had been conceived as reactions to what other Eves, all except Moira, were doing. Aida's stance toward the others had been well articulated in the curse. She knew that the other 6 Eves would always loathe her personally, and that this feeling would inevitably be transferred to her offspring. Human nature being what it was, Dinan children, thousands of years from now, would be throwing rocks at Aidan children on playgrounds and making jokes about cannibalism. They would never be assimilated into the society descended from the 4. Therefore, to the extent that Dinah was making choices about the virtues that her offspring would embody, and thereby making a move in the game, Aida sought a countermove, which might consist of conceiving a child that would be like Dinah's, except more so, or of inventing an anti-Dinan, a type of human uniquely suited to exploiting the weaknesses in the Dinan type. Thus, the first 5 children of Aida. She had, however, been unable to employ the same strategy vis-à-vis Moira, for the basic reason that Moira knew exactly what Aida was doing, down to the specific DNA base pairs that had been altered in her ova. If this were a game, then Eve Moira always had the last move. The failures of her first 8 pregnancies had only deepened the mystery. Since she had never articulated her choice, no one really knew what she had done, which made Moirans an enigmatic race, not only to the other races, but to themselves. But it was plainly the case that Moirans were the only race capable of going epi. Cath-2's genome, like that of every other life form, was fixed. A copy of it lived in every cell in her body. But which of those genes were being expressed at a given time, and which were lying dormant, was changeable to a degree far beyond what humans were normally capable of. It would have amounted to a kind of superpower, had there been a way to control it. But certain hoary old legends to the contrary, there wasn't. Cath 2 never knew when she might fall asleep for a week and wake up a different person named Cath 3. Sometimes the results were brilliant. Rarely they were fatal. Sometimes they were inconvenient or downright embarrassing. Most of the latter cases had something to do with what happened, like it or not, when a Moiran fell in love. In any case, this was the choice that Eve Moira had made, and the gift she had conferred on her daughter, Cantabrigia. And it was assumed that she had done so because she believed that this degree of plasticity would somehow bring the world back into balance against the choices that Aida had been making. Julia, the One, looked to make the best of a bad situation by endowing her offspring with qualities that would make them useful and important in spite of much smaller numbers. She had already expressed, during the Council of the Seveneves, the idea that there was real value in the ability to envision possible futures. And she had linked it to leadership, or failing that, to the ability to give useful advice to leaders. When that trait ran out of control and sought dark paths, it led to depression, paranoia, and other forms of mental illness. The challenge then was to find a way of combining that trait with a more positive mentality. Julia's research, and she did a lot of research, therefore tended to center on the history of sages, seers, ecstatics, shamans, artists, depressives, and paranoiacs throughout history, and the extent to which those traits could be localized to specific base pairs in their genomes and fostered by acculturation. Historians had come along much later and developed their own vocabulary for telling the story of the succeeding 5,000 years. The first pregnancies were called gestations. Not counting the numerous miscarriages, there had been 39 of them, distributed among the 7 Eves, before Camilla, the last to stop bearing children, had finally gone through menopause. From these, 35 viable girls had resulted. 32 had gone on to have children of their own. By then, Eve Moira had figured out how to synthesize Y chromosomes, and so some of the second generation had been male. The result, therefore, had been 32 strains. Each of the 7 new races had embodied more than one strain. The strains were recognizably different, and yet clearly classifiable as belonging to one race or another, somewhat as East Africans differed from West Africans, but still looked like Africans to Europeans. Correction was the name given to the phase that had begun after the first round of gestations, when Eve Moira had fixed errors that had led to several non-viable infants. In a sense, correction went on continuously, all through the first round of gestations, and began to taper off as the daughters of the Eves began to produce second-generation children. It faded into a next stage, stabilization, which lasted through the following 10 generations or so as Y chromosomes were patched up, lingering genetic mistakes were fixed, and members of different strains began to interbreed, to produce hybrids within their own racial groups. During this time, the lessons of the black-footed ferret were put to use, as various techniques were employed to increase heterozygosity. In truth, a vast library of human genetic sequences was available in digital form, and once they had survived the first few generations in cradle and trained hundreds of bright young people to be genetic engineers, they could, in theory, have resequenced the original human race from scratch. This was the sort of thing Eve Moira had done by synthesizing the first artificial Y chromosome. But it was not what they collectively chose to do. That choice was altogether cultural, not scientific. Decisions had been made in the Council of the 7 Eves. Races had been founded that were, by then, several generations old. They had begun to develop their own distinctive cultures. To undo those decisions by reverting to the rootstock human race was viewed almost as a kind of auto-genocide. The competition that had developed among the different races rendered it unthinkable. So the genetic records of rootstock humanity were put to work adding a healthy degree of heterozygosity back into the existing races, rather than trying to go backward. Thus, stabilization, which had continued until about the 12th generation, at which point even the Julian race had grown large enough to go on propagating through normal means without the need for lab-based adjustments. Stabilization had blended into propagation the next phase generally recognized by historians, which was fairly self-explanatory. The descendants of the seveneves had continued to have sex with each other and make more babies. This had occupied much of the first half of the first millennium and led to a condition of overcrowding so severe that it had made obligatory the formation of separate colonies away from cradle. For there were other places, perhaps not quite so favored as Cleft, but still well suited for the building of new habitats. They had reached the point, by then, of being able to construct new machines for moving about in space. It was time. Or so insisted the descendants of the Four, who sensed that conditions had become inimical to them in the crowded precincts of Cradle. Camilla had been frank about her strategy of making new humans well suited to life in confined spaces. She had succeeded in doing so, and once the early habitats of Cradle had grown crowded, her strategy had begun to look like a good one. Whether it was purely an expression of their own racial mythologies or a biological necessity, the Four had reached out and pioneered new habitats, at first in other locations on Cleft, later on other fragments of Peach Pit. The descendants of Aida had done likewise, sometimes cohabitating with the Four, more often going it alone. It wasn't so much that Aida had done things that couldn't be undone, as that she had said things that couldn't be unsaid. In that sense, her curse had real effect. An individual Aidan of the second millennium was the product of a mixed-race culture that was more than 1,000 years old. He or she had grown up with persons of all races, loving some and hating others, getting on well perhaps with certain Teclans and Moirans, while getting into fights with certain Aidans. In terms of his or her own personal experiences, there was no reason to stick together with others of the same race. But each race did have an ineradicable narrative, by now encoded into a culture that had become ancient. The narrative of the Aidans was that their Eve had spawned not just one race, but a race of races, a mosaic, as proof that her children could do all that those of the other Eves could, and more. And if you were a descendant of Aida, clearly endowed with genetic markers that she had chosen for that purpose, then the inexorable force of that narrative would drive you toward colonies populated largely or purely by other Aidans. As the Aidans were less numerous than the descendants of the Four, their second millennium colonies had tended to be smaller and more Spartan, leading to a symbiotic relationship with the Kamites, who tended to thrive in such environments. Aidans built colonies, but Kamites made them work. In any case, the formation of new colonies and habitats during the second millennium had led to a phase that the historians called isolation, the formation of racially pure populations. Isolation led to caricaturization, selective breeding, pursued consciously in some cases and unconsciously in others, that had the effect over many generations of intensifying racial differences. The example cited most often was a gradual change in eye color among Moirans. Eve Moira's eyes had been hazel, relatively light in color by the standards of black people, but not all that unusual. By the end of the second millennium, many Moirans had eyes so pale in color as to appear golden in strong light. On the walls of the great chain's fashion stores, blown up to 10 times life size, Moiran fashion models still gazed at you through shockingly yellow, cat-like eyes. Because pale eyes had been a distinctive characteristic of Eve Moira, it had become thought of as beautiful and desirable, and Moirans with pale eyes had found it easier to mate and reproduce, intensifying the trait over time, to the point of caricature. Cath, too, herself, no model, was frequently complimented on the lightness of her eyes, which were closer to green than yellow. But modern, appearance-conscious Moirans were frequently startled when they saw photographs of their Eve with her eyes that were merely greenish-brown. The shift in Moiran eye color was obvious and easily documented, but the same thing, mutatis mutandis, had happened with scores of other phenotypes among all the races. Selective mating had the power to wreak impressive changes over time, without any artificial meddling. In some cases, though, racial isolates had acquired genetic labs of their own. These had been used for many purposes, usually considered benign. In some cases, they had been used for enhancement, which meant deliberate genetic manipulation for the purpose of rendering racial characteristics more pronounced, the artificial acceleration of what was happening naturally in the way of caricaturization. Sometimes this led to freaks, monsters, and disasters. But often it worked, and when its results mated within isolated groups, those isolates became more and more pronounced embodiments of their races. The end result of all this tended to be non-viable populations, clearly identifiable as inbred. So as often as isolation, caricaturization, and enhancement had taken root and run their courses, they had led either to extinction of colonies or to an ameliorative process called cosmopolitanization, wherein formerly isolated groups had re-emerged with their long-lost cousins of the same race and bred back in the direction of healthy and sustainable hybridized strains. Not surprisingly, cosmopolitanization had flourished as the habitat ring had been formed during the most recent millennium, suddenly creating a vast amount of new living space, far more appealing than the cramped, dark tori in which people had been living for the last 4,000 years. The isolates, some of whom hadn't been heard from for centuries, some of whom could not even speak Angliski, as the Russian-inflected English, now shared by essentially all humans, was called, emerged from their holes and recombined with their extended families in a population explosion the likes of which had not been seen since old Earth's 20th century. Most of the population of most of the races had thus converged on a set of renormalized racial profiles, while preserving a few extreme tribal isolate strains, variously treasured, feared, or persecuted by others of the same race. Or at least, that was how it was in blue. Red had exhibited the same general trends among its Aedan mosaic, its hundreds of millions of Kamites, and the roughly 80% of Julians who had decided to throw in their lot with red. The current state of affairs between the turnpikes could only be speculated at, since no communication, other than stray signals intelligence and a propaganda channel that most people ignored, had been received from that part of the habitat ring for almost 200 years. For a few minutes, the last light of the sun had been striking spires, statues, and carved stonework on the fronts of some fantastic old cupoles mounted to the seemingly vertical cliff before her, the flank of Capitol Hill. But then suddenly it was near dark. Kath, too, turned, accepting the wind blast on her right side, and descended the south limb of the bridge. As much as she loved the power of the air, she felt herself scurrying the last few steps to get down into the shelter of the buildings. Capitol Hill was higher than Change Hill, and so, rather than debouching into a park, as it did on its north end, the bridge here stabbed into the flank of the slope. Kath, too, was plunged directly into a snarl of streets that were but indifferently illuminated by light spilling from occasional doorways and lamps that the owners of some compounds had decided to mount along the tops of their walls. The streetscape of Bordeaux, draped over the topography of Rio de Janeiro, was how the city had been described by its designer, a Julian Moiran breed who had been born more than 4,000 years after both of those cities had been annihilated. She had a device in her pocket that knew her exact lat long. Those numbers were, of course, useless in a city that was being dragged through the air on the end of a rope. Her reluctance to pull the thing out and look at it, however, went deeper than that. Being here had plunged her into a sort of reverie, none the less compelling for being obviously the product of fantasy, namely, that she was walking around in a city on old Earth. She didn't want to spoil it until she was well and truly lost. So she let her feet take her through the red stone streets, trying to go uphill as much as she went downhill, using the towers of some great old cupoles as landmarks, when unsure of herself, circling back toward the abutment of the bridge. For she had been told that the meeting place was not far from the bridge. She might have asked for directions, but the temperature had dropped. The glittering arc of the habitat ring had been obscured by high clouds, and it had begun to rain, a hissing curtain of small, warm drops. Pedestrians had all disappeared into wherever it was they knew to go. She'd been warned that Capitol Hill was deserted after dark. This seemed doubly true when a storm was brewing. Several times she had passed by the front of the same building, or seen it from down the length of a street, for it stood at a place where several ways angled together into a cramped asterisk of wet cobblestones, and so sudden views of it kept jumping into her peripheral vision as she ambled along the nearby alleys. That intersection was there because of a house-sized block of stone that jutted from the hillside and forced all the nearby streets to stretch around it. The stone, as she could guess, was a crumb of the moon's mantle that had become embedded in its iron core. It might have been in there for 1 billion years, or it might have been a loose bolide that had slammed into red-hot peach pit shortly after zero and gotten stuck in the congealing metal. Cleft and its siblings had many of those. They were usually treated as impurities in the melt. This one had been left in situ, presenting a rugged gray face to the streets that wrapped around it. Atop it, 10 meters above street level, someone had constructed a round stone tower. Fanning out behind, like a ship's hull behind its jutting prow, was a triangular building that she could guess had a nice compound in its center. The third or fourth time Cath II saw this tower, it was from a distance of perhaps 100 meters. She was gazing at it straight down one of those narrow streets. On its upper story, it had a row of arched windows looking out in all directions. Warm light was shining out of those windows, and she could see people sitting at tables, drinking and talking and eating and reading. All of those activities sounded good to her, and she entertained a hope that it might be some kind of public house, not a private club. The entrance was not obvious, but she found it around to the right side, where a mouse hole had been cut into the metal matrix in which the rock was embedded. The tunnel angled upward and curled around, becoming a spiral stair partly obstructed by rusticles the size of small trees. Actual candles burned in niches. One turn of the helix took her out of the metal and into the stone. Two took her to an arch-topped door of real wood, unmarked except for a wrought metal door knocker in the shape of a bird with a heavy, curved beak. Hand-forged feathers of black iron and palladium made it grizzled. Through the door she could feel warmth and hear conversation. She reached for the knocker, unsure yet whether the place was meant to be public or private. Then suddenly she was conscious of the scrap of paper in her hand. She stretched it out under the light of the nearest candle. The Crow's Nest, South Cradle. She pushed open the door and entered. The first thing that came into her view was a semicircular bar of old copper, a row of tap handles, a window behind looking into a busy kitchen. Music came out of a back room, not so loud as to interfere with conversation, but enough to make her nod her head slightly with its beat. She didn't recognize the style, but she knew the type. Something that had been cooked up by people isolated in a mining colony or an early habitat, people who knew how to dance. Tending bar was a healthy-looking dinin' man in his 40s. He seemed not to know that he was quite handsome. He was polishing a glass while scanning a piece of paper with handwritten numbers on it, a bar tab. Standing there alone, facing outward at the sweep of windows with its astonishing view of cradle, he looked like the captain of an old Earth ship. A few moments after she had entered, neither so soon as to make her feel conspicuous, nor so late as to make her feel neglected, he looked up at her and raised his eyebrows slightly. Or perhaps eyebrow was better, since, as she now saw, one side of his face had taken serious damage. "What are you drinking, Cath Amonthova II?" The original gnats had been developed in the workshops of Arjuna Expeditions in Seattle and launched into space shortly before zero, where they had crawled around on the surface of Amalthea under the eye of Eve Dinah. Later, during the first 2 years of the epoch, the original design had been modified to work on and in ice. Every child knew the story of how such gnats had been used, first to bring Emir to rendezvous with Izzy, then to merge those two objects into endurance. As such, gnats resonated more strongly in blue culture than in red, but they were used on both sides of the turnpikes. Or to be more precise, both cultures used a vast family tree of species and subspecies of gnat, all descended from the first Arjuna model and all sharing, to a greater or lesser degree, the code base originally created by programmers like Lars Hodemaker and Eve Dyna. The number of different uses to which gnats and swarms thereof had been put over the millennia was uncountable. They were as ubiquitous and various as hammers and knives had been pre-zero. Like hammers and knives, they could be used for constructive or destructive purposes. In the latter category was a whole taxonomy of gnats designed to be projected at high speed out of gun-like devices. Most of these were designed to fold up into a compact form, like a dart or bullet, so that they could be accommodated in magazines, bandoliers, and the like, and fed into the breeches of firing mechanisms. Only a single gun, in the sense of a traditional pre-zero firearm, had survived the hard rain and found its way to Cleft. This was, of course, the revolver that Julia had removed from Pete Starling's shoulder holster and secreted on her person until the moment when she had attempted to shoot Tekla with it. Camilla had interceded, probably saving Tekla's life, and suffered burns that had left her scarred and in pain for the remainder of her days. Later, the same weapon had fallen into the hands of Aida. She had issued it to a member of her band who had fired the last bullet from the last gun to kill Steve Lake. The weapon was now in the collection of the Historical Museum on the Great Chain. Whether and how it was put on public display was a reliable barometer of the state of red-blue relations. Since the metalworking technology needed to make new guns had also been destroyed, and since many generations had passed on Cleft before anyone had even conceived a need for gun-like objects, the entire armaments industry, when it had finally gotten rebooted, had done so from a clean slate. The results owed more to tasers, several of which had made their way to Cleft, than to traditional firearms. The latter had been designed to project a dumb lump of metal at high speed and been optimized over time to deliver high rates of fire. But spraying dumb lumps of metal around the cramped interior of a space habitat was not a good fit for any use that could be conceived of by the engineers who, hundreds of years after the arrival on Cleft, began to think once again about how to make projectile weapons. During the intervening centuries, violence had generally been a matter of grappling, punching, and the use of hand weapons such as metal rods, with really dangerous stuff like knives and swords used only in a few cases by people who had gone well off the political or psychological rails. The first new projectile weapons were made specifically for use against those. The maximum range was perhaps 10 meters, so the projectiles didn't have to travel with high velocity. They had to be smart in the sense that if they missed the target, if they struck anything that was not a human being, they should become as non-destructive as possible. This generally meant that they would deploy what amounted to tiny drag chutes and slow themselves down as quickly as possible while preparing to fragment against, as opposed to penetrating, whatever they hit. On the other hand, any projectile fortunate enough to reach its target should try to do something useful, which generally meant incapacitating, injuring, or killing it. Clearly, all of these decisions were well above the pay grade of dumb lumps of metal, and so gnats were used instead. These were not as dense as lead, so they had a low ballistic coefficient and could not travel very far. Again, however, in the context of a space habitat, this was a good thing. After a sort of dark age during which the Cleft colony had lacked the resources needed to advance the art of robotics, and contented themselves with fixing and making copies of the original models, new engineering resources had begun going into this branch of technology. The bolder programmers were daring to meddle with code files that had last been checked in by Eve Dyna. Mechanical engineers were figuring out how to reboot ancient CAD software and examine the digital blueprints created by Lars. Their initial efforts were fairly simple, such as making a gnat that would automatically throw out a drag chute after it had traveled a certain distance without hitting anything. More effort went into the projectors than the projectiles. Police and military users tended to be Teklins, whose Angliski contained more Russian loan words than that of other races, and borrowed many characters from the Cyrillic alphabet. Catapult was their preferred term for the device that threw the projectile gnats. They shortened it to various affectionate terms such as cat and Katya. The second half of the word, pult, seemed to have a connection to Puglia, pronounced with a long U as in pool, which was the Russian word for bullet. After a brief, awkward phase of trying to combine the term gnat with pulya in various ways, meaning something like bullet robot, they had just settled for pulya, which was sufficiently precise in a universe that no longer included any actual old-school bullets. Other words from the antediluvian gun world made it through unchanged, such as shoot and shot, but officers giving the command to shoot tended now to say pull, recalling what skeet and trap shooters had once called out when they wanted a clay pigeon to be thrown. Use of the term pulya without any modification tended to irritate knowledgeable interlocutors in exactly the same way as pre-zero gun nuts had reacted to lay persons who used the word bullet. This reflected the fact that pulyas came in an even vaster range of sizes and types than old-school ammo. There were only so many things that could be done with a lump of lead. A far wider range of options lay open to the pulya engineer. An alternative term, ambot, was also used. This was all context-dependent. Grunts, who tended to see these things as necessary burdens to be hauled around in bulk, loaded into cats, unjammed from firing mechanisms, etc., tended to use pulya, but once the projectile had actually been fired and begun to execute its program, it tended to be called an ambot. When speaking of bulk supplies, people would say botmo, in the same way that ammo had been used on old Earth. The sort of person who needed to be shot at by the authorities because he or she was committing violence, or threatening to, with edged weapons, was unlikely to submit meekly to advances in the technologies used to enforce civil order. Directly, they began to develop countermeasures, which, of course, then needed to be surmounted by the engineers in turn. If an ambot, for example, could be fooled into believing that it had missed its target or struck something that was not a human, it could be rendered nearly harmless. Camouflage changed its purpose from fooling the human eye to fooling the electronic brains of ambots. Armor was no longer made to stop extremely fast pieces of lead. Its purpose now was to protect the wearer from the invasive strivings of ambots. Warriors became living, moving fortresses under siege of multiple ambots that often used swarm tactics to find a way inside before their batteries ran down. The old tactical calculus of projectile warfare changed in other ways too. Catapults and botmo that had been captured by the enemy, or that had simply fallen to the floor and been picked up, could be rendered inert and useless by digital means. Some of them would try to find their way back to their masters, and so battle zones in which a lot of botmo had been expended tended to look as though they were infested by army ants, as spent ambots attempted to swarm back toward the combatants who had fired them. In any event, the authorities had enjoyed a monopoly over the production and use of such weapons until sometime in the second millennium, when the number of widely separated habitats and resulting political fragmentation led to a situation in which the civil authorities from Habitat A might actually have cause to shoot at those of Habitat B. The number of different types of catapults and ambots, and of the defensive measures used against them, exploded. No complete catalog of types had existed for thousands of years. Here and there one might stumble across a museum display in which a few dozen or even a few hundred types of ambots had been rendered inert and mounted to a wall with explanatory plaques beneath them explaining in what millennium they had been invented, by whom, and in which habitat they had been used to prosecute this or that disturbance. But everyone knew implicitly that such displays only included samples that had at random made their way into a particular collector's drawer. Disturbance was used a lot more often than war, even for relatively large events such as the conflicts that had occurred over the last few centuries between red and blue. Because space habitats were so vulnerable, prosecuting an actual war in the sense of a 20th century old Earth total war was unthinkable. Nuclear weapons had not been reinvented because there was no need for them. A rock thrown across the ring at a space habitat would kill as many people as a hydrogen bomb. The same strategic calculus therefore applied as on old Earth during and after the Cold War, namely that on no account would red and blue risk actual open war with each other, but that many small conflicts could happen in places where they might be passed off by the majority of the news-reading populace as too minor to worry about. The only two conflicts that were denoted, in retrospect, as wars were ones that had taken place the old-fashioned way, on the surface of the planet. The War on the Rocks, 4878 to 4895, and the War in the Woods, 4980 to 4985. When Cath II walked into the crow's nest and was greeted by the dine-in with a damaged face, it was 5003, so about 20 years after the high water mark of the War in the Woods. The dine-in looked to be about 40 years old. The scars on his face had been there for a long time. "One of those," she said, nodding at a nearby tap handle adorned with a handwritten label identifying it as cider. "Coming right up," he said. "Since I have you at a disadvantage, my name's Ty Lake." "Short for Tycho, or?" "Tayuratam. Bit of a mouthful." His accent was that of an indigene, so from this brief exchange, she was able to surmise quite a bit about his history. His parents had probably been Sooners, which was to say, people who had been so eager to escape from the settled life of space habitats that they had found ways of getting down to the surface of New Earth just as soon as the terraform had rendered it marginally inhabitable. Doing so was a violation of First Treaty, which had ended the War on the Rocks a few decades earlier, and so it was discouraged. Comings and goings from the bigger and older habitats of the Ring were easily monitored by the authorities, and so Sooners tended to depart from liminal zones on the edges of boneyards and near the two turnpikes. On the blue side, dine-ins were strongly overrepresented among Sooners. Techlins tended to be the cop-like authorities, given responsibility for chasing them down and breaking up their human smuggling rings, leading to stereotypical depictions in popular culture of dine-ins as charismatic pirates and Techlins as humorless straight arrows. Or at least that had been the case until the Sooners' transgressions had led to the War in the Woods, in which the predominantly Techlin armed forces had been obliged to rescue many dine-in adventurers. Depictions nowadays were a little more nuanced and made the older ones seem campy. Thus, Cath II could reasonably guess that Ty's parents had been Sooners and had established themselves on the surface long enough to have at least one native-born son. The connection back to boneyards meant that Sooners tended to be people with a certain amount of skill in making things, and so many of the early Sooner communities had been soundly constructed on an engineering level, even if their political culture had been a little on the rough and ready side. Ty, presumably, had grown up in that environment and found himself, in his late teens or early 20s, embroiled in the War in the Woods. Some ambot of some type, no point in worrying about the details, had found its way through his armor, assuming he was even wearing any, and done damage to his face. This was the sort of thing ambots tended to be good at. In combat, it was frequently more useful to disable than to kill, and so ambots fought like chimpanzees, aiming for the face, the hands, and the genitals. Faces were easy to recognize and hard to spoof, so those were a favored target. Ty might have suffered these injuries in many different circumstances, e.g. a red-on-blue raid between two rival Sooner communities, but there was something about his posture and his manners that suggested a connection to the military, and so she guessed he had been officially recruited to fight for the blue side and suffered his injury in a straight-up battle between organized military formations. He obviously ran this place. This was clear from the way he was treated by staff and customers alike. In and of itself, it wasn't unusual for a retired veteran to open a bar. That was so normal as to border on stereotype. It was a little less easy to explain how such a person could end up in control of this particular bit of real estate, which was probably worth more than some entire space habitats.